Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Self-Development and Mental Health Day, the third and last day of our three-day global coaching conference powered by Cosmoleadership, the first nonprofit in the world to promote best leadership and recruitment practices in corporate workplaces. My name is Evi Prokopi, and I'm very excited today because after everything we have all endured over the last 18 months because of the pandemic, this conference is like a breeze of fresh air, and it is an opportunity to take care of ourselves, to share ideas, to spread positivity, and ultimately to help each other. Today, we have several speakers coming from Greece, India, Cyprus, Turkey, Canada, the United States, and the United Kingdom. And I would like to thank all of them, as this conference would never come to life if it wasn't for them. And I would also like to thank two great ladies who have helped in organizing and promoting this event, Alexandra Kakolidi and Theodora Pavlidou, who are our digital marketing specialists, and they also created the speakers passes, if you've seen them on LinkedIn, those little green cards. Before moving on, I would like to tell you that the weather is pretty bad here in Greece. We have thunderstorms, and please bear with us if there are any technical issues. I believe that everything will run smoothly, but just in case, please bear with us. So today, our Self-Development and Mental Health Day, we're going to learn if we can really access our subconscious and how we will understand the power of developing belief in potential. We will deconstruct happiness and choose our path at the crossroad. Will it be the judges or the learners? We will also explore ways to grow naturally and reclaim our joy while we learn the power of noticing and the positive engagement power of kindness to drive both personal and professional success. We will find out how to show self-love by decluttering, how to see your worth and find peace in the now while you transition to intentional growth. And we will close this amazing three-day conference with the brain spa session for the ultimate relaxation to welcome the weekend. And for now, I would like to welcome our first speaker, who's coming from India, Shikha Verma, who is a versatile leader with close to 2 decades of experience across top multinational corporations across industries like IT, manufacturing, and consumer durables. She has done she has worn several hats: a culture custodian as an organizational development head, a system engineer being a certified ISO practitioner, and a dynamic people architect as a happiness and mindfulness coach. With deep HR and training acumen across diverse cultures and age groups, she has successfully trained almost 10,000 employees, and she has established training practices ground up, accelerating workplace results. Perseverance, creativity, and passion to excel define her as a professional. She's a true believer of positivity and law of karma. So, Shikha, welcome. Thank you very much for being here today. We're going to hear you talk to us about deconstructing happiness. We're thrilled to have you here today. The stage is all yours.
Absolute pleasure, Dr. Evi. Thank you so very much for having me on this conference, and a very, very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to one and all. Thank you for tuning in and taking out time towards the weekend. I'm sure we're gearing up for a wonderful weekend too. I'd like to, share how this concept of deconstructing came to my mind, because I was giving it a real serious thought. I've been committed to spreading hope and happiness for quite some time now. So the fact that we need to do justice to this during these 25 minutes made me think really hard, how can we do that? So pop came the answer, how did happiness happen to me? It happened gradually. I think most of us start to experience this over years of perseverance or some realizations that happen over a period of time. So the approach we're going to take is going to be an onion layer approach, really. So I will request all of you to keep one thing very clearly at the back of the mind. We're not defining happiness for sure. We don't want to cage it, compartmentalize it, or define it. We want to understand it and go back today with at least a little better realizations and get one step closer to a happier you. Yeah, with me on that? So we're gonna give me just a second so I can share my screen with you.
Thank you.
I hope you can all see it.
Yes, thank you.
All right, and we're going to start with a small exercise. I'll request all of you to stand up and do just a few second exercise with me. You'll see a statement on your screen. I'll request you to count the number of letter F's that you see. And your time starts. You can take a few seconds. It's fairly easy. And since you're standing, I'm going to ask you if you've counted 8 to 9 F's, I'll request you can sit down. Okay, if you've counted 10 to 11, you can also sit down. If you've counted 12, you're right. Now I'm wondering, maybe just one odd person would be standing right till the end. And usually in this kind of an exercise, it's a common finding that we all get to different number of F's, and very few in the end would have actually captured all the letter F's in the statement. Now, I'd like to ask you, did I hide any word, or did I scribble anything? Did I give you a different time slot? No, not really. You know, all of you had the same time to find the letter F. Yet, some of us are able to find 8, some are able to find 9, and some are able to find 10, 11, or 12. Here's a very interesting revelation about our minds. Okay, everything is right in front of us on an everyday basis. We're all witnessing the world in our own way. Our brain starts to process things and perceive things differently. So one thing is very, very clear, and this is a thumb rule that I'd request you can keep at the back of your mind while we go into this discussion, that we're all applying our own filters, aren't we? Right? We're all perceiving this world very, very differently. We're all having different share of experiences because of those very filters. So the fact of the matter is that there is a blind spot that all of us operate from. Hence, there is a fundamental need to realize that it's okay. You know, sometimes you have to keep those blind spots at the back of your mind. So let's take a plunge. I'm going to share this with the help of my own experiences in my life. Like I said, I just thought of how did this unfold in my life? And that's the onion layer approach that we're going to take. At the end of this session, you will go back with at least 4 tools that you can apply and reflect and get closer to a happier you. Yeah? So let's plunge right in. Back in 2002, okay, it was the start of my career. And just like any other postgraduate student, I had big dreams in my eyes. Okay, I just wanted to go all out and establish myself, work in a great organization, have a decent living, buy a nice house, a car if possible. Okay, so all my work and all my focus went in that direction to fulfill those goals for myself. The great thing was that since I had a goal, I knew where my efforts and energies would flow. I could also make decisions very easily in life because I knew this is, you know, the path that I've chosen for myself. Now, one fine day, you know, my manager walked up to me and very interestingly says, you know, Shikha, you know what, it's been 2-3 years already. I see you very good in doing your job. I was a trainer back then. So she said that, you know, it's time for you to get out of that mode of me and my KRA, and you need to start thinking about your team. If you really want to grow in life, in your career, you need to start synergizing and working with people. Right? That changed quite a lot of things for me, really, because I've always been a very passionate person. I was very attached to my work. I would get completely absorbed. But that day on, I think I realized the power of synergy more. So this is the tool number 1 for you. It's called role versus goal. So the effort really has to be to move from a role to a goal mindset. And let me explain that for just a minute for you. Whenever you're operating, even in your house, think about your role as a father or a mother. Okay, are you constantly just performing that role, or are you actually focusing on the goals of your family, goals of you as couples? Okay, what are certain things that you want to achieve? Same thing, even as a professional, are you focusing only on your role? You're a XYZ title in the organization, or are you actually focusing on your goal? The minute we move to goal, think of any cricket match or any sports activity, we all see that transition happening in all these sportsmen, the minute they move from a me to a we approach, life starts to unfold at a very different level. Okay, the magic of happiness starts to sprinkle in. So that's the beauty of this tool number one. You have to start evolving and moving from a role to a goal approach, from a me to a we approach. Yeah. The other element or the aspect, the tenet of happiness, which will help you understand it better, is grace. Okay, I'll again draw from my own experience, really, because 3-4 years down the line, when I started off my career, I knew that I needed to get settled, and I was seeing a boy, and both of us had all plans to get married. But our parents had their own, terms and conditions. We must have a house. We didn't have enough money, but our dreams were big. And as young aspirants, we were going all out to fulfill all those dreams. So like it is said, a blue fly, if it clings to the tail of a thoroughbred horse, it can travel 10,000 miles. I've seen it in my life. Okay, so many times when things seemed difficult, almost impossible, in some strange way, people started to pour into our life. Help came in from corners that we were least expecting. And at the age of 29, we managed to buy a house for ourselves. And I didn't even know that these are the sources of how God helps you. So that was a moment of realizing that God is always around, and some strange way those blessings start to pour in your life. And I love the way I read this quote some time back, that when you're running alone, it's a race. When you know God is with you, it's grace. So that's one of the elements of grace. Largely. If you talk about the other element, I'd like to take an example, really. Okay, let's say you have 2 children, okay? One is positive and the like a very disciplined child, does everything on time, makes you happy, just the perfect child for you. The other one is pretty naughty, okay? Highly indisciplined, and the one that gets on your nerves. So you're constantly trying to correct that child. One day, out of sheer love, sorry, when you see this child, something inside you, it pains, and you kind of tell yourself you've been too harsh on him. So you walk up to that child and you embrace him. Both of you give a tight hug to each other. And in those moments, something shifts, okay, inside you, inside the child. Maybe this child was yearning for your attention. I know for a fact that, as mothers, we do realize that a lot of times we get too harsh on the children trying to correct them. Just give me a sec. Okay, so here's the case. When we are talking about a positive, the right child, and the negative, or maybe the naughty, indisciplined child, let's say these are your 2 emotions. Okay, one is the positive emotion and the other one is the negative one. Now, typically, as human beings, okay, it's become a tendency that every time this negative emotion or the negativities surface, we try to shove them, we try to ignore them, we try to berate them. The day we start to evolve ourselves to that level where we are able to accept it as a part of who we are, that day our life changes. So this has really happened with me. During the lockdown, I signed up for this happiness mindfulness course, and I realized that there was so many moments in my life, when I was getting angry on my child just because I had less energy, or I was feeling frustrated because of my lack of taking out time for her. It was for no fault of hers that she was actually getting scolded. So the day I realized this anger is in me and I accepted it, I embraced it as my flaw, my behavior towards her started to change. Okay. And today we share a far better relationship as a mother and daughter. For all you know, I used to hit her at 3 years back, and now I've completely stopped it. So this evolution, this awakening, this change only happened when I embraced myself fully. I embraced my shortcomings as well. So here is the tool number 2 for you. In today's digital world and era, we're all moving with, what is the, how you're projecting yourself on social media, let's say. Okay, whether it's Facebook or it's Instagram, we want to post our pictures, we want to show that we are having a wonderful life, but maybe deep inside, somewhere you're broken, somewhere there's still vacuum, somewhere you completely feel lost. Okay, so we're living that fake life. It's called the pseudo well-being frame, okay, that we're trying to fit in. Now, the irony is that by nature, we already have a well-being calendar in the form of the seasons, in the form of these festivals that we're celebrating, in the form of vacations that companies provide you for sure, your birthdays, your anniversaries. Now, all these days in a particular year, are we utilizing them? What is our attitude when these moments come in your life? Okay, we're like, oh, I'm very busy. I'm not coming for the birthday party. Leave aside the COVID scenario. I think we've always bought these excuses of, I'm busy. Next time. Even to our loved ones, we started wishing them over the phone or texting them for that matter. I've had a lot of friends scold me that, can't you just pick up the phone and wish? Okay, what's with you? Why do we have to resort to something like texting, even to the best of the best friends and relations? I think the pandemic made us realize for sure, and we moved to a better level of realization. We've started valuing ourselves and our well-being. But what's important is, how much value do you give to yourself? So tool number 2 is more about moving from this pseudo well-being to a self-love mindset. Okay, self-love really means that you have to treat yourself as someone really important. Okay, out of 400 trillion possibilities, you're that one possibility who manifested. So you're here for a purpose. You are born for a profound purpose, and you are fantastic. So I'd request everyone to do a nice hug to yourself. You say, I just simply love myself. I'm my favorite. We all do a self-hug. Let's say, I'm my favorite. Okay, and do this every morning in front of the mirror. You'll see a different spark in you. The way you talk to people, your entire communication starts to evolve, right? So accepting oneself just the way you are. Tell yourself you are flawsome. Okay, nobody in this world is perfect. That is for sure. So the day you start to accept both the positive and the negative in you, you're able to deal with it better. You're able to come out of it better too. So you are flawsome and complete. So let's move to more and more self-love. The third tenet and the third element, which gets you closer to experiencing happiness fully, is giving. Let's think of some fantastic people across the world who we all know as being highly giving, and somebody who's popular for that. So you have Mother Teresa, you have Dalai Lama, you have Sadhguru today. These are people who are always open and giving to the society, humanity, really. I'd like you to think what empowers them. Think about what really enables them. Where do they draw out all this energy from? It's actually about who they really are. So your third tool for today is move from the to do to the to be. And we'll do an exercise here. I request you to write down everything that you do on a regular basis. We'll take a minute to do that. Just take a note of it. What are certain things that you do? You can divide the page into 4 columns. Must do, should do, you like to do, and you love to do. And just see if you can write down 3-4 things under each of these columns. You can broadly keep percentages maybe in your mind. If you can't think of activities right now, maybe you can allocate rough split of the time between these 4 columns. So are you spending, say, 40% time on your must do, a 10% time on your should do's, another 20-30% on your want or your like to do's, and then things that you love to do, just about 10%. Yeah, or 20%, whatever's remaining. So broadly, just try to see if you can create a split between these 4 columns. And then I'd like you to also think, how do you feel? When we spend more time doing things that we really like, we really love, how do we feel? Fantastic. We're in high energy zone. We're like full, full power. So why do you think that happens? It happens because you're more you. When you're doing those things, you're more you. So it's always, always about your being, right? So from today on, see if you can make a to-be list, okay? We're too pro preparing to-dos and doing our check marks and all of that. So henceforth, I'll request if you can go with a to-be list, okay? This is what I'm going to be today. I'm going to be kind, I'm going to be joyful, and I'm going to be happy. Yeah, that's my personal commitment to myself. And if you do this day in and day out, things will start to evolve and change in your environment, because the journey is always inside out. Yeah, so enough of the to-do, time for us to be into our being more with the to be. Yeah, the 4th element really is all about the sense of gratitude. And I think the pandemic has certainly made us all feel the realities in several ways. We started to thank our stars for having food on the table. We were happy to see sunlight because it brought hope of a new day. We were just praying that all our loved ones are safe, no matter where, which country they're in. Let all our folks, comrades, everyone be safe, right? So we were constantly hoping and praying for the well-being of everyone else. And we were thankful even for the small things. Getting food every single day had also become a challenge in a lot of places across cities, especially in India also. I think it was critical that we appreciated the fact that we were having food enough on the table. So it's all about a sense of gratitude, your attitude and your outlook towards your life. So I'll share a quick example here. Once there's this argument between sun and the cave, okay? The sun says that, it's not going to be as dark down there. I'm sure things would be way better off. Why do you always look so sad? So the sun says, you have no idea. You can come down and see where I'm living for you to get a feel of it. So the sun said, okay. And it went down to the cave and said, gee, I don't see any difference. What is the difference? When the sun went down, it took its light along with it. Even this darkest corner was illuminated. That's why the sun couldn't see any difference. There's a quote from an old book that says, the enlightened ones can never, ever be sent to hell or pushed into darkness. They carry the heaven on their shoulders, in their heart. We thought that heaven is a place where we're supposed to go. Perhaps it was a state of mind we are supposed to achieve. If you are full of darkness within, full of negativity and fear and doubt, you will become a cave unknowingly. It's going to be hell no matter where you are, no matter how much you accumulate in life. And if you are illuminated like the sun, then the darkness of the cave also can't touch you. It won't matter to you. You could be in the worst of all circumstances, my friend, but still you will find a blessing and you'll be able to carry your own heaven within you. I know of a lot of people who've done beautiful work during this phase itself and have gone all out to help those people because they had that sun, within. They were carrying their light on their shoulders. So acting as the beacon of hope, just like, Dr. Evie's organizing this. So if you agree, you can write in the chat box that it's all about perception and outlook. Just write agree so I know you're there and I've not bored you at all. Here is the last and the most important tool, which is the mindset. So we're going to do a quick exercise here again. I want all of you to stretch your arms wide, okay, and look up, chin up. Let's keep looking up and try to be sad. Yes, you heard me right. Try to be sad. Might look a little difficult. So we're going to try this with our fist folded. Complete fist, then curl in, head down. Okay, and now try to be sad. And if I ask you which one was more conducive, I'm sure your answer is going to be the second one, right? So just like body language, you have the power of this body language over mind. Similarly, you have a power of your mindset. Okay, so if we are in that conducive mindset, which is definitely the openness, okay, if you have that openness, the state of abundance where you're ready to embrace life in all its entirety, you're ready to explore it, you're ready to come, take up challenges, take risks if required, and you're going all out. The way Simon Sinek talks about it, he says it's an infinite mindset. Okay, and this has happened with me. When I was off my corporate job, I told myself, okay, what is the best thing I can possibly do? And the answer was very clearly, go all out and explore the world. Okay, do as much as possible, do whatever you know best. And this journey started so beautifully for me. So I think it's all about, the world conspiring to meet your wishes once you are completely aligned and open to life itself. So let's start saying yes to life. I'd like you to repeat that in your mind. Say yes to life. Yeah. And it brings me towards the culmination of this topic now, that whatever we've discussed so far is, like I said, it's going to help you understand happiness. So happiness is a 4G phenomena. It's about being a go-getter, having goals. First G, being graceful, being giving, and being grateful, right? With these 4 tools, you can start your journey and get a step closer to being happy you. This model is very close to what Martin Seligman also shared. There's a PERMA model. You can search it up on Google. Surprisingly, whatever my life unfolded for me, whatever I had discovered, I started to, put them down, and I realized that this was something which was very, very close to his years of research also. So you can read up a little bit more on the PERMA model by Martin Seligman. And in the end, I'd like to share another short story before I leave you. It's one of my favorite stories. It talks about the Best Cornfield Award. Okay, and it's quite relevant in this context. So once there was this farmer who grew superior quality and award-winning corn. Okay, each year he entered this competition in the state fair, where he was the only one who would win this, consecutively 2-3 times. He'd already won this honor and prize. People in the media, they were very keen. They wanted to interview him. So one of the reporters happened to interview. And he was aghast and surprised when he figured out that this farmer was actually sharing his seeds with the other farmers. And he couldn't help but ask, how can you even afford to do that? Okay, when you are entering this corn competition with the others every year, why would you even think about doing something like that? So the farmer said, why, sir? Don't you know? The wind picks up pollen from the ripening corn and swirls it from the field to field. If my neighbor grows inferior, substandard, sub-quality corn, through the cross-pollination, even my crops will steadily start to degrade. Okay, if I were to grow good corn, I must help my neighbors grow good corn too. Okay, so the farmer gave a superb insight into the connectedness of our life. And I think all of us have felt that during this lockdown and pandemic the most, how interconnected our lives are. So if we really want to live in harmony, want to be successful, want to be happy, we need to remember that it is a participative and a collective process, right? So in the end, again, remind yourself you're flossom. Life is awesome. and you give yourself this tight hug and tell yourself, I love myself, and I'm all ready to give my best every single day through my being. Yeah. Thank you so very much for your patience and time. And thank you once again, Dr. Evie.
Thank you very much for this beautiful and inspiring presentation, Shikha. It has been very, very inspiring, and I completely agree that basically synergies complement us because we don't ever have all the skills, we don't ever know everything. So when we meet other people, we get to complement each other. And I was thinking that even this conference would never, be organized if it wasn't with the synergy of all these beautiful speakers. And something I'd like also to bring up is that you said it, we are the strictest judge of ourselves, and we shouldn't. We should hug ourselves, and
more often than ever.
Yes, that's true. And I mean, there are many studies in neuroscience saying about how our relationships with other people make us happy, and how well, Dr. Bruce Lipton, a biologist, said that if we think of nice things, we secrete the happiness hormones, and we become more positive, and we become happier. On the other hand, if we, if we're stuck with dystopic case scenarios and negative thoughts, we just secrete adrenaline and cortisol, the hormones of stress. So yeah, I mean, we should be grateful for what we have, and thank you very much. It was a very good reminder to remember how much we already have.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for being here, and have a great rest of the day.
Sure.
Would you like, in case you would like to share any contact details, you can share them in the chat box, and people will be able to find your details. And I would like to, you can share your contact details in the chat box if you'd like. So now I would like to welcome our next speaker, Ülkü Ferah Yelbasi, who is the founder and the director of SU Business Consultancy Ltd, a member of GM Chamber of Commerce in the UK. Her professional career spans more than 2 decades, working with multinational telecommunications and IT companies in senior sales and marketing positions. Ülkü holds a bachelor's degree in electronics and telecommunications engineering from Istanbul Technical University, and she has a diploma in business administration from the UC Berkeley. She's in the UK. I have the pleasure to know her for many years because we work together, and she's also the General Secretary of Cosmoleadership. So welcome. It's great to see you here. Your microphone is mute, so please.
Okay, I open. Yeah.
Welcome, and thank you very much for being here today. And you're going to talk to us about the crossroad, judge your path versus learn your path. A very interesting topic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for welcoming me, and I thank you everyone joining us today. So I will try to share my screen, but I think you need to, okay. Nope. Evie, I cannot share my screen. I think you have to sign me as a host.
No, I have the rights.
I cannot. Just a second.
No worries.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, I knew that something was going to go bad. You know, the judger in me was talking, so it happened.
No worries. Now we can
Sorry
see
about it. Okay, so you already introduced me very nicely. Thank you very much. It has been a great pleasure to be part of Cosmoleadership and to know you, and just be part of this this wonderful conference. Thank you again, and a great bravo for gathering all those great speakers for this. I'm not talking about myself, the other ones, for this conference. So. My name is Ülkü, and as you say, I am in UK. I am a UK-based business development consultant. What I do is I provide bilingual expertise in development of British-Turkish business collaborations. I'm from Istanbul, and I have just started a new life, new business here in Manchester just about 6 months ago at the age of 55 and in spite of COVID-19. What I will talk about today, I will share a story from my personal life to demonstrate what a mindset is. In fact, Shikha mentioned about mindsets in her speech. Now I will probably define them in another way or look at them from another angle. I will tell you about two main mindsets we all have and common questions and results of both. And at the end, I will present a choice map as a visual guide for choosing your path at a crossroad or for switching lanes on the way when needed. So here comes my story. I was at the age of 20. It was my third year in university studying engineering. My previous year was just great. I had so many good friends. I was so healthy, so full of energy. I was having great fun. I had a wonderful, wonderful summer. And here starts the semester of the third year, and I started to lose all my energy. My energy was going down. I was always so tired, so sleepy, and so sad about it. And I couldn't, understand what was happening to me, and but I had the final exam, so I was studying, I was drinking lots of water, losing weight, etc. All confused, but the main thing was I was so tired. So I went to the doctors, and then boom, I was diagnosed with diabetes. And after a few weeks, I was told that I was a juvenile type diabetes. And I was put on insulin. I was gonna shut myself for the rest of my life. As you can guess, I was very upset, besides being very sad, and all kinds of questions, all kinds of thoughts and emotions were on my mind. On one side, I was asking, what is wrong with me? Diabetes is old people's disease, and it is a bad one. I can go blind. I can lose my feet. I cannot eat so many things that I love. I'm so young. I will be sick for the rest of my life. Boom. But, and I was also asking, why me? What did I do to deserve it? And I was at a point blaming my family. It was obviously my family's fault. Having no peace at home resulted in this for me. And people will gossip about me. They will talk behind me, and they will pity me. They will stay away from me. Boys will run away from me. Who wants to be with a sick woman? At that age, it can be a real reason for depression, as you may guess. These were the all kinds of negative thoughts and questions in my mind. But on the other hand, I was also thinking, this is a situation and I must continue. My father died when I was 9 years old. It was the shock of my life. And so this was the second shock. Life went on and life will go on again. I was very certain that I was going to learn as much as possible and continue living a normal life or a life even more active than I was ever before. I decided that I will be courageous to do anything I want to do. I was not going to miss any party. I will not give up on dancing for hours until the next next mornings. No, and of course I was going to hike those mountains and many more. And I felt very lucky to have great friends, wonderful friends. They were all supporting me, and this was something that gave me the strength to bear with it. Also, I met very nice people thanks to diabetes. Those were my nurses, my doctors, who were helping me a lot to learn about it, to get ready for the next step of my life. So my mindset was going from one side to the other. On one side, I was like this unhappy, angry-looking, upset-looking puppy. But I was also this person up in the mountains, head up in the clouds. This is me. I was shut, scared, sad, angry, hopeless, but I was also adaptable, optimist, and hopeful. I cared for facts and possibilities, and I always did what I wanted to do. So it was, I said it was my mindset, and it was mentioned in previous speech as well. So what is a mindset? A mindset is a pattern of thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. We build the pattern by quiet learning, as I would express it. What I mean by that is nobody teaches you that pattern, but you learn it, you build it up by witnessing, by hearing things and having experiences in the environments we are in. It is family, it is school, it is the neighborhood, it's the professional life itself, in fact. So we perceive the world through the frame, the mindset or mindsets give us. It affects our beliefs on limitations and possibilities. It helps defining our choices to act and shape the results we get. Marilee Goldberg, I would like to mention her name. She's a psychotherapist and the originator of the question thinking system. Learning about her learner-judger model during my Adler coaching trainings years ago was one of my aha moments. Those were things, in fact, that we unconsciously realize, but we are not really aware of those mindsets. So she says that there are two basic mindsets of us, of everyone, learner and judger. Learner self and judger self are not actual people, but parts of everyone. Judger self refers to one's characteristics related to a problem, an issue, and learner has a cognitive sorting strategy to define what is right, what could be learned, what could be the most effective actions. So we all are a blend of our learner and judger selves. So here I am with the same slide, with the same upset-looking puppy, and me myself, my head up in the mountains. So was I a judger or a learner? Am I a judger or a learner? I will say I'm both, as everyone else. So what are the common questions judger self and learner self of everyone asks? What is wrong? That is a judger question. What is right is a learner question. Whose fault is it? What am I responsible for? How can I stay in control, says the judger. What are my choices, says the learner. It goes on like this, but you will see, judger focuses on the negative side, but learner focuses on learning, adapting, as the name implies. And here are the characteristics. Judgers are reactive. They tend to debate. They tend to seek to attack or defend. I'm sorry. Primary mode of a judger person or judger self is protective. Inactivity and failure, focusing on weaknesses, self or others, would be the focus, and failure may be the result or also the focus. But on the learner side, a learner self is responsive, thoughtful, empathetic. Learner self has a researcher mindset. As myself, you accept the situation you're in, accept the point you need to make a decision, and you start learning, you start researching. Your relationships are win-win when the judger selves relationships are rather win-lose. A learner self seeks to resolve and create instead of attack and defend. And the primary mood, as you will see, is being curious, inspiration and success, and focusing on strengths, values in action is the main point, main tendency of behavior of the learner selves. Let's look at the judger results. When you are judger to self, what do you feel? What do you see? What is the result? As I experience many times, I'm sure you also do sometimes, time to time, low energy, low self-confidence, low esteem, pessimism, even depression are the results. And when you judge others, what is seen is anger, hostility, isolation, conflict, and blame. You tend to blame others, like I was blaming my family for my diabetes. So this guy here, this puppy, in fact, he's a funny one, but he looks ugly. His eyes. He is, you know who he is? He is the inner critic of ours, of mine, let's say here. So we have to stop him speak in a judger mode sometimes, and maybe we should teach him the learner mindset as well. Before I continue to share the choice map with you, I would like to give you a little time to think about a situation, an incident when you felt you were at a crossroad of some sort of. It can be something private like myself, my example, or it can be anything from your professional life. Please try to remember what were the initial questions coming up to your mind. What were your initial thoughts, in emotions you had? And at the end, what did you choose to do? Were you a judger most of the time? Were you a learner? How was it? So this is the choice map I've been mentioning. This is again the choice map of Marilee Adams, and in this choice map you will see it can be anything. The crossroad, well, what I define as crossroad could be anything that impact us at any moment. Impact us at any moment. Sorry about my English. So you can do two things there, right? You can choose, we are navigating now. Let's choose the learner path. What happens when you choose learner path? You ask questions like this. What happened? What do I want? What are the facts? What assumptions am I making? What can I learn? So what happened with me? What happened was I was diagnosed with diabetes. What do I want? I want to continue my everyday life even more actively. What are the facts? So I learned them later on. What assumptions I was making? I was making an assumption that I could have been blind, that I wasn't able to eat so many things, that I was going to be forbid to do so many things, etc. So what I asked, what can I learn? So I learned how to live with it. I learned the facts. I learned what to eat, how much I can eat, how exercise can help me, things like that. So let's continue on the learner path. You are going to ask, what are they thinking, the other people? What are they feeling? What do they want? What am I responsible for? What I can do for them? What I did with my situation, with my crossroad, I learned it. And what I did was I tried to create awareness about diabetes. I tried to tell people about it, you know, the myths, the rights and wrongs and everything. So this was something, the impact on me. So you continue on the learner path and you ask, you look for your choices. You try to get them on the surface, and you would ask, what's best to do now? And you would ask, what is possible? So at the end, learner result will be thoughtful choices, it will be solution focused, and it will be win-win relationships at the end. Let's come back to the starting point again, at that same crossroad. Instead of choosing to learn, you can choose to react, right? When you choose to react, you will go, that means that you are on the judger path, and you will start asking, whose fault is it? And you're gonna look for people or reasons to blame. And then if you continue there, you see there is another crossroad there. You can, the good thing is that you can switch lanes whenever you are ready, whenever you are aware that you are in a judger path, which will end not in a good way, a good ending. So if you switch, you start asking learner questions, and then you will go again you will end again with win-win relations, solution-focused results, etc. But if you go to the judger path, continue the judger path, it's very obvious that sooner or later you will find yourself within a judger pit, drawn in a mud. You know, you will go, why am I such a failure? Why are they so stupid? Why bother? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with them? So as you see, these are you know, these are the questions, in fact, or the crossroads we very often find ourselves, you know, and then we sometimes go on, you know, only on the learner path, but sometimes we go to the judger path, and then we learn to switch to the other lane, to the learner lane. At this point, what I can recommend is, please be aware of your mindset. When you are aware of your mindset, it will be much, much easier to switch onto the learner line and look at the incident, the problem, if it is a problem, in a more positive way, which will result in better, thoughtful results. Not a good sentence. So you would be exploring choices. So I would say, do your best to explore your choices, which are endless, and find the best one for yourself. Commit to your choice and act accordingly. And do not hesitate to change lanes whenever you are aware and you urge the need to change lanes. I will close with Marilee Goldberg's saying again, accept judger, we all have it, and practice learner. These are my references, and in fact, this is all about it, what I will say about judger and learner mindsets. Thank you all for joining me once again, and thank you, Evie, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ülkü. It was very interesting, and actually I was thinking that, at least with me, in my case, maybe for many people it's the same. I think it's easier to be a judger than to be a learner. Certainly, yes, of course. It's easy to blame. Yes, rather than taking the responsibility sometimes. That's right. And I think it's very important. At some point you said about the pattern of thoughts, of the feelings and behaviors. Yes. I think it is very important to realize these patterns, because that's the way we can change them.
Correct.
So it was very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
People can find you in the email that you're sharing.
Yes.
So,
thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have a break for 10 minutes before our next session. Go get a cup of coffee, a glass of water, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. And now I would like to welcome our next speaker from Greece, Evanthea Kourtbougianni, who is an executive life and business coach with an academic background in music, psychology, and education sciences. Her multifaceted professional activities in artistic performance, as she is a trained concert pianist, teaching music, primary education, and special education, and office administration, have nurtured her keen interest in human learning and development, leading to her professional training as a life, corporate, and executive coach and mentor. Her coaching approach is focused on experiential learning, drawing evidence from psychology and education sciences, and helping clients achieve their desired outcomes by utilizing their interconnected life aspects and experiences. As a mentor, she helps individuals with self-directed learning and organizations with building continuing education and training programs that offer impactful and deeply transformational learning experiences for their participants. She is currently preparing her first storytelling book series with original self-help exercises and coaching tools based on her unpublished, until now, flash fiction works for children and adults. And she will talk to us about growing naturally. So, Evanthea, welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Evie. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for this beautiful initiative and all the hard work that you have dedicated to it.
Thank you very much. The stage is all yours. You can share your screen now.
Thank you. I will do just now. Okay. So, I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Oops, we're at the end. There we go. Thank you. So I'm deeply honored and very happy to be here among you today. And the topic I have chosen to speak about is a topic that actually is very popular nowadays among contemporary scientists and also in everyday chit-chat. And that's personal growth. It is what we are all, coaches or not, striving for in our lives. Now, I believe a good place to start would be by defining what it is that we're actually talking about when we are referring to personal growth. Personal growth essentially is the development as an individual. Now, biological development aside, what we are referring to here is social, cognitive, and emotional development, all three of which are a result of learning. Now, what is learning? How does psychology define learning? Learning is a change in thought and behavior observed as a result of individual experience. Now, what we are striving for then is a change from condition A to condition B. And two things to emphasize here are, one, we observe change, we observe learning in the behavior of an individual, and thus, of course, we are neuroscientists in our laboratory using neuroimaging techniques and getting a glimpse inside his or her head. So we are observing change in behavior, and this is a result of the individual's interaction with the environment, the individual's experience. Now, what's the process there? How does learning occur? What does cognitive psychology tell us? Well, learning occurs with two parallel processes. One is when we change our environment in order for it to fit with our cognitive schemata. Our cognitive schemata are our abstract mental representations of concepts that we build over time. And the other process is the adaptation of our cognitive schemata to the environment so that we can function in it more effectively. Now, like I said, these two processes are parallel. They often take part simultaneously, and it's very seldom that we can observe one in the absence of the other. So this is learning. Now, what do we do when we want to learn something? What did you do the last time you wanted to learn something? Well, if you're at all like me, you probably started by Googling it, right? Essentially, when we want to learn something nowadays, we are trying to repeat similar processes to those that we used as students in high school or even in tertiary education. Therefore, it looks like what we define as learning today, in everyday terms, is the result of extensive and long-lasting conditioning, a conditioning that we have undergone through our experience in the society and our experiences as students in compulsory and tertiary education. So whenever we want to learn, we try reading about the topic we want to learn about. We are reading articles, books, we are reading PDFs online, even a PowerPoint presentation like this one, hello. We are also attending lectures. We are actually sitting there listening to people talking about the topic that interests us. Another way would be to use online instruction multimedia like how-to articles and how-to videos. And in the end, if we really want to be sure that we have actually learned what it was for us to learn, we are attempting to pass some test or another form of examination. What do you notice here with all this process? What is not noticeable is that by learning this way, what we are actually doing is we are passing on the responsibility for the process, for the evaluation of the process, the evaluation of the material, and the self-evaluation to some third party. We're expecting someone else to tell us what to learn and whether we've learned it or not. Now, is this way of learning wrong? Not really, not really. It can be necessary in under certain circumstances, and it has been working well for us for quite a few years. However, when it is used in and by itself, solely, exclusively, and just because it is an unnatural, non-empirical way of learning, it results in rather short-term results, not long-term. And it brings about very little or even no substantial change in our thought and our behavior. It is very easy to forget whatever it is that we learn this way. However, this hasn't always been the process. There was a time in our lives when we were under minimal social conditioning and educational conditioning, and that was very early in our life. In our earliest years, our preschool years, essentially. So what did we do back then? Because whatever it was that we did, and under minimal conditioning, it was closer to our natural processes of learning. I would like to invite you to remember, for example, how you learned to draw the letters of your name for the first time. I bet that back then you were deeply curious about all the printed text that you saw around you in your everyday life, and you had a deep desire to use it, just like anything else, for your self-expression. So it was some sort of a personal quest. Then you were already confident in what you already knew, your prior knowledge. You were already familiar with various drawing materials like crayons, pencils, different kinds of papers, and so on. You already knew how to draw little people, houses, trees, and so on. Plus, there were people there were resources that were there to help you. For example, there were older children, and you observed them, and you tried to mimic their actions when they drew. There were also adults available, your parents, your teachers. and you ran to them for help whenever needed. And every time you wanted to draw, you evaluated what was there available for you in resources and other people. And you went ahead and committed yourself to drawing as often as you could, in any manner that you could. Sometimes all that was there available to you was your fingers and some sand or some dirt, perhaps. However, you never stopped, and sometimes your drawings were nothing like the letters that you saw around you. And you didn't need anybody to tell you that. You were present in the process, you were in control, and you were the one to judge that. And other times, they were a perfect match. And before you knew it, by going on drawing and drawing and drawing and observing other people and trying to do as they did, you were actually writing. And this was not part of some online course. This was not part of some lecture. This was part of your everyday playing activities. The most transferable, and may I add, the most transformational and the most enduring knowledge that we possess is knowledge that we build as children through experience and through a process that's similar to the one that I have just described, and under minimum conditioning. Here's the question though. Was it childhood that fostered those transformational changes, or was it something in the process? Hold this question. I hope that by the end of the presentation, we will have some answer for it. And at this point, we are going to leave childhood behind us, and we are going to examine the process of another source of tremendous change in our world, a change substantial for the whole human race, and that is science. So what's the process there? How do scientists produce knowledge? Well, they start by curiosity, by being curious about a specific scientific problem, and they have a deep desire to solve it. You know, scientists are not your everyday employee that goes about doing his or her job and then going home. They are self-driven, they are very inspired, and they see their work as a life mission. And this is important. Now, what next? Well, in order to solve the problem, to bring answers to the problem that interests them, they conduct research, and they start by designing it. They design it based on prior knowledge. They conduct what we're referring to as a literature review. And then they also base their design on the nature of the problem, the nature of the goal, and certain existent limitations, like circumstantial limitations, like funding, like technological equipment, like population from which they want their sample to come from, and so on. And after evaluating all of this and designing the research, they commit to it. They conduct whatever experiment or other form of research they have designed until the end. And what's the end? Well, the end is data collection. They collect the data, they analyze it, they interpret it, and they draw conclusions. That's new knowledge. And not only that, but they also make suggestions for future research on this topic. Now, the duality of this feedback is as follows. There's a feedback that researchers gain, scientists gain from the data they collect. And there's also feedback that they give to the scientific community in the form of suggestions for future research. More or less, this is scientific research, and I would like to invite you to answer whether it bears any similarities to what we examined earlier as playing. Does it look familiar? Essentially everything we have achieved as a human race, as a species, and our greatest contribution to the world around us, everything we actually know about this world that surrounds us, has been built by the application of the scientific method being introduced in the Renaissance and giving birth to research methodology as we know it nowadays. So, is the scientific method a natural way of learning? What do you think? If there is something to point out here, is that researchers have adopted this process despite all the conditioning that they have undergone as students in compulsory education. And last but not least, what does coaching have to do with all this? Does it help learn naturally? Is it involved in processes similar to this? What's this? Goal, reality, options, will. This, dear all, is the GROW model. It's a coaching model introduced by Sir John Whitmore several decades ago, and it's one of the most widely used coaching models in all coaching settings nowadays. And feedback is, of course, an integral part of the GROW model. And I might say that the GROW model is actually backboning other coaching models with its 4 ingredients: goal, reality, options, and will. So it wouldn't be very far-fetched to actually say that more or less this is coaching. And it looks like coaching is indeed a learning and development following our natural processes of playing and of personal research. Now, is coaching evidence-based? What does it look like? Well, I'd say that certainly there's ample psychological and educational theory to back it up. However, the million-dollar question here is, what have we done with coaching? What have we coaches done by suggesting that people adopt coaching in their lives? Have we reinvented the wheel? Well, not really. The wheel obviously has always been there, available. However, we are reminding people how to roll with it, pun intended. And at this point, I would like your permission to actually introduce you to the way that I help people, my clients, achieve personal growth. I would like to introduce you to my personal research implementation method, my PRIME, as I call it. As soon as I finished my coaching training, I wanted to help individuals actually apply their personal research for their desired outcomes, and do so in a playful, in a fun way. So what I did, I drew evidence from social constructivism. Actually, Lev Vygotsky was one of my favorite psychologists when I was studying cognitive psychology at university. So I started with social constructivism, the way it is actually applied in the Reggio Emilia approach, educational approach, as inspired by Loris Malaguchi. The Reggio Emilia schools have been offering tremendously beautiful experiences to their students for decades now, and their outcomes, their educational outcomes, are very encouraging. I would encourage you to actually research and Google Reggio Emilia. Their approach is very interesting. Now, social constructivism is not only used in Reggio Emilia schools, but also in what we know in education as the project method. The project method that's been around for about 2.5 decades now, I think, which is a simplified form of research, a simplified form so that even preschoolers can conduct it in groups on topics linked to their curriculum. And apart from social constructivism, I've also based my method to Maria Montessori's philosophy. Maria Montessori, about a century ago, described the three stages in which a child's knowledge is going through. Well, what she described was that the practical experiences, what is experienced that's concrete in everyday life, first passes through a symbolic representation before it can reach an abstract form in our minds. Now, this applies to children, of course. Adults have a more advanced way of thinking. We are perfectly able to process abstract thoughts directly. However, what I'm suggesting here is not what is possible for us. What I'm suggesting is what is natural and what is effortless, and what is essentially effective. By adding the symbolic part, the symbolic phase between practice and thought, what we are doing is we are bridging the gap between these two. We are bridging what we already know from with its practical application. We are bridging, we are filtering our everyday experience so that the abstract thinking that comes from it is beneficial and processed to our benefit. In case you actually ever wondered why some alternative therapeutic approaches like art therapy, music therapy, drama therapy are so effective in many settings, in many different kinds of difficulties, this is why they actually make use of this space between the concrete and the abstract. So this is the core of my personal research implementation method, and I consider it an application of what I refer to as learning-focused coaching. What is this now? What am I implying here? Am I actually implying that goal-focused coaching is not focused on learning? Or maybe that solution-focused coaching is not focused on learning? Is learning-focused coaching a new coaching approach that we coaches need to be trained at from scratch? Again, no. And in order to answer these questions, let's revisit the definition of learning, the psychological definition of learning. Learning is a permanent, a long-term or permanent change in thought and behavior that is the result of individual experience. Therefore, learning-focused coaching is actually coaching that results in long-term or permanent change. So, learning-focused coaching goes beyond the goal achieved or the solution created by your clients, and it addresses their core personal and interpersonal skills, which are determining to a great extent how their innate, how their genetically inherited temperament is expressed, their personality traits. So whenever you as coaches have provided successful coaching interventions, they are the result of successful learning. And my suggestion is, why not focus on learning from in the first place, from the start? And in case you would like to try that, in case you would like to try and shift sometimes your perspective from the goal or the solution to the client's skills, these are a few things that might help you along the way. A few questions that their answers might help you along the way. So what does the person who achieves your coachee's goal or creates a solution your coachee is looking for look like on behavioral level? What do they do well? What do they excel at? What is it that your coachee has learned which stands in his or her way? Obstacles and difficulties are lessons learned, and so need solutions be too. What is it that your coachee hasn't learned yet? And how can you cultivate together the circumstances that he needs for the experience that he needs to develop? If I may add here, we are going for strengthening the strengths, not healing the weaknesses. The former is more fun, is often faster, and it's safer ground for those coaches among us who don't have a clinical background. And last but not least, where in his or her environment, relationships included, can our coachee find opportunities to learn what is necessary for their goal or their solution, or merely useful? Because what's merely useful, what looks like merely useful sometimes, is a supportive function of a skill that our coachee needs to develop. And since we're not all coaches here, here are a few things that could be addressed by lifelong learners in general, people who are researching self-help and they're interested in their personal growth. Excuse me. Now, what questions are there which you don't have satisfying answers for? It's not very easy to be aware of what we don't know. It is as if it doesn't even exist. We cannot see it. However, we always get a hunch. It's that hunch that fails to bring us peace through an answer that we think we have. Listen to that hunch. It's probably a gap that you need to fill somehow. Where in your environment, relationships included, can you notice opportunities for finding the clues that you need? Because what's out there is not pre-made knowledge that you are supposed to install in your head. What's out there is a multitude of clues for every possible lesson. And it's your responsibility to pick the clues that you need, the clues that serve you, orchestrate them in a sensible way, make meaning out of them, and use them to your advantage. What would you do with those clues if you were a 5-year-old or an expert? Every time you are stuck, please try and embody both these roles. What would a 5-year-old do? What would an expert, a scientist, do? You'll know what to do as well. And if this was a school assignment, what would the homework for it look like? Here's the symbolic part. Get creative. Don't skip this part, please. Get creative. Construct your own tools for your advancement. You're perfectly able to do so, even if you have no coaching training behind you. Construct your own tools and play around with them. Play around with everything that's difficult, everything that is even a little hurtful. I promise you, in a while, it won't be so hurtful anymore. It will get easier. And I would like to close this presentation by offering a broader perspective of the human potential.
Yeah, excuse me for interrupting, but we're running out of time. So if you could go very quickly through this.
Very quickly. Yes, I apologize. I'm rushing to the end.
We only have 1 more minute left.
It won't take much longer. Okay. So here are the challenge. I will use the scientific knowledge we have gained through epigenetics, and in order to define human potential. So what we know is that the expression of our genes can be affected by our environment, our experiences, and our relationships. We don't yet know, though, the exact genes, the exact ways, or the exact extent to which this might be possible, or the time frames within which each gene begins and stops its expression. However, we know enough already to start reconsidering and reevaluating much of what we have believed so far. For example, it was childhood and not the process. Well, maybe the process too had a lot to do with it. So, final thought. If our experiences are able to affect our genetic expression, and by doing so, affect our evolution as a human race. How important would you consider the cultivation of a coaching mentality, a coaching culture in our everyday lives? Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Evanthea. It has been a very informative presentation. You can stop sharing your screen because
okay. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much.
I think
we don't have any time for questions because we have to move to our next speaker. But anyone can approach you, can use your contact details that you shared. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I would like to welcome our next speaker, Pratima Goku. Hopefully I didn't mispronounce it, and excuse me if I did. Pratima is a personal leadership coach, and as a coach, she strives to support you in your journey so you can shift your life from survive to thrive. She's very clear on one thing: the answer is in you. She's merely a facilitator who creates a safe space for that awareness to be set free. And through over 17 years of global experience with P&G and McCain Foods in general management and marketing, she realized that the moments when she felt most fulfilled was when she was investing in her people to help them be their best selves. Pratima has lived in 8 countries, managed as a single parent in a split family for over 5 years while balancing her career with personal growth. She is passionate about fitness and personal responsibility towards achieving goals. She's based in the UK, and she's going to talk to us about reclaiming our joy. So Pratima, welcome. We seem to have a technical issue. Hello, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I'm just trying to share screen.
And you can turn your camera on if you want.
Sure. Previous speaker didn't have her camera on. I didn't know what the expectations were.
Thank you very much for being here.
So can you see my presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. I usually do this for an hour and I take a lot of questions. So I am kind of like trying to rush through it. That said, I would love questions. So if you can put it in the chat box, I'll get to them. I will respond to you outside the session as well. Jumping quickly into the agenda, I am going to talk a little bit about who I am, the difference between happiness and joy. And I know there was another speaker earlier today who spoke about happiness. I'm not sure if she's covered this. And then my top tips to reclaim joy. And we'll skip the Q&A if we don't have time. So as Evie just introduced me, I am a personal leadership coach. I support clients in their journey to shift their lives from survive to thrive. And I truly believe that the answer is within each person. And it's my job to just hold space for that to come through. Now, why I'm doing this little introduction about myself, as Evie introduced me, I've lived in multiple countries. I've worked in big companies like P&G and McCain. I've worked on billion-dollar brands. I've worked. At one point, I was running a business that was worth $1 billion to P&G. I had a budget of $250 million. And the reason I share this was those were probably the most unhappy times in my life. The reason for this unhappiness was because I had put the power in somebody else's hands. I was due to be promoted, and they told me I was going to be promoted on so-and-so date. And then I found out I was pregnant. So I told them I was pregnant, and they said, oh, you're going to go on mat leave. Fine, so we will promote you when you're back from mat leave. So what was right there in front of me got snatched away. And I spent my entire pregnancy being unhappy. That was well over 8 years ago. And I spent the following 7 years building on that unhappiness because I had given the power of my own satisfaction, my own happiness to someone else to decide what was right or what was wrong. And I had put it completely externally. So moving on to the differences between happiness and joy. Happiness, as I see it, and there are definitions of this, but the way I've seen it is that it is very goal-oriented. I will be happy when I reach that stage in my career. I will be happy when I get married, when I have that child, when I get that promotion, when I get that salary increase, when I'm this weight, when I'm that. Yes, those are all admirable goals to go for. Joy is just stopping and noticing where you are in that process, how far you've come, what's happening around you. The example I love to give in this case is really, if some of you are familiar with Harry Potter, and him playing Quidditch. And yes, you know, happiness is like that golden snitch. It's this thing with wings that's constantly flying just that far in front of your nose. And you feel like if you put your hand out and grabbed it, it's right there. And then it goes away. And you are left feeling, oh my God, like what just happened? And I've lost, I've failed, it's gone away, blah, blah, blah. You don't stop to notice that you're actually in a broomstick 100 feet above the air. You are flying. There's magic in flying. You're flying and people are cheering you on. People are so thrilled for you. Your friends are there. Even your competitors are looking at you and saying, oh, wow, just look at his or her skills. We don't stop to notice those day-to-day things. We are so very busy in chasing the golden snitch and forgetting about all the magic that surrounds us on a day-to-day basis. So here are some of my tips for reclaiming your joy. The first and the biggest one is slow it down. I had a friend who actually put this in a very, very beautiful analogy. He was saying, all of us are so busy driving at the maximum possible speed with a single-minded objective of reaching our destination. Imagine you're going on holiday, you're going for whatever celebration, and you're just focused on the driving, you're focused on how fast you're going, you're focused on getting there. And what if you saw all the signs around you that said, hey, there's a massive accident in front of you. You're going to have to slow down, or you're going to go and hit the back of that accident. Would you slow down or not? In high likelihood, you probably would. But if you're going so fast and you miss all those signs, what's going to happen? You're going to go get into that accident yourself. Instead, if you decided that where I have to go will still be there when I get there, instead, I'm just going to enjoy the drive of getting there. I'm going to enjoy the music on the radio. I'm going to enjoy having my family in the car with me. I'm going to look around. I'm going to see the signs. Maybe I'll take a path that is not on the route. Maybe I'll see some flowers that I didn't expect to see. Maybe it'll take me down a different route. Who knows where it might take you? You will eventually get to that destination, that point of happiness. And when you get there, you'd have had so many amazing experiences along the way that that happiness will be so much more meaningful for you. So the first point is bring awareness. Just bring awareness to everything around you. The way I practice this is when I go out for a walk, I don't carry my phone with me. Yes, I have all those podcasts to listen to. I have all my calls that I've missed that I'm trying to catch up on. I do not take my phone with me. Or if I take it, it's in my pocket. What I'm doing instead is listening to the birds. I'm listening to the wind in the trees. I'm noticing that the trees are changing color. I'm noticing the breeze on my face. Such simple things that we have completely lost track of as we are in such a fast-paced world. So bring awareness to everything around you. The thing I love the most is to hold my son's hand as I walk. And as I walk, instead of, I talk to him and I talk to him about his day and improving mindset and blah, 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 and everything else. But I just enjoy the feel of how little his hand is in my hand. And I know it's not going to last forever. And I know in a few years, he won't want to hold my hand. But for that moment, to just hold his hand, I know that he trusts me is what I look forward to. The second point is set down the negative luggage. There's so much of negative luggage we carry around, other people's expectations, our own expectations. Oh, I'm 42. By now, I should have had 2 children. I should have reached this place in my career. I should be earning this much. I should be doing this. Who set all these rules? Who set all these rules? We take those on. Somebody else tells us, our mother-in-law says, oh, you should have children. Or somebody else says something else. That's their opinion. What's your thought in the process? Just set it down. You will have people who tell you that's not the way to do it. Thank you for your opinion. I'll consider it. And if you find value in what they're saying, take it on and see how it improves your life. If it doesn't improve your life, let go. I can assure you of this. You probably hold and I hold what other people say a lot longer than they hold it for us. So for example, if my mother says, oh, I think you should eat better, she said it, she's gone off and she's forgotten that she said it to me. And here I am sitting and churning about the fact that, oh, my mom said I should eat better. Guess what? She probably doesn't even remember that she said that. Go back to any conversation you had and ask them, do you remember you told me that? And they'll be like, huh, did I? I don't remember that. So why are you carrying what somebody else said? If it works for you, if it serves you, hold on to it. If it doesn't, put it down and keep moving. Let go to let come. Quite often, we believe that we need to be doing everything that we're doing in order to get to where we have to go. What if you stop doing everything that you had to do? Everything that is goal-oriented, just stop. Today, just stop. I believe that if you were to stop everything that you had to do, you will find that you have, one, a lot more space in your life to really consider why you were doing those things. But the things that are genuinely supporting your growth, that are supporting your progress towards your goal, will come back into your life. I started this program a few months ago, and I was told, just drop everything else. You need to have all this mind space for your transformation. Brilliant. And so I stopped. I stopped with all my clients. I stopped adding new clients, and I stopped looking for new clients. And at the end of that process, I had increased in my vibration in such a way that clients started coming to me. I stopped posting on LinkedIn. I connected with Evie, I don't know, in my frantic stage, but I stopped doing some of those things. And yet my business grows, because now, as I am serving myself first and putting positive energy out there, I'm attracting that which is due to come to me. So let go to let come. Every moment is a choice. When you slow down, when you have time to think about it, how do you want the moment to affect you? There's this beautiful kind of structure that I use, which is basically there's a drama, there is a situation, there's a choice and an opportunity. So when you are feeling a high amount of emotional turmoil, anxiety, something else, anything else, when you are feeling off balance, what I would invite you to do, it's not advice, I would invite you to stop and take a good look at what is really causing that anxiety. And what you will find is that there's probably drama. There's external drama, there's internal drama. There's something else that's going on that's causing that turmoil. Once you've identified, oh, I'm anxious because I want to be further along in my career, but I am not that far. Then you can take a step back and say, okay, so the situation is that I want to be further along. I don't know how to get there. It gives you the choices. What are some of the things I can do to get there? And with that, at a later stage, you will have the opportunity to say, what is this moment trying to teach me? What is the lesson that needs to come back? And this is something that comes again and again in my life. I believe I have let go of control. And yet every single time I find myself anxious, it's because I'm trying to control a situation. I'm trying to control my kids. I'm trying to control my husband. I'm trying to control something else. Every time I step back and I say, what is happening here? I recognize it is still control that is my big trigger. It's an opportunity for me to recognize I still haven't overcome that pattern. And then I ask myself, who do I want to be in this situation? How do I want to process this? How do I want to release it? Do I want to release it? Even just the grace of saying, I have not evolved enough. I'm not yet ready to let this go. But that comes from reflection. Responding versus reacting. So what is your first response, or what happens when you are attacked? Imagine that you're driving along a road, you're on your way to work, you're driving at the speed limit and everything's going fine, and suddenly you hear this big thud and the car behind you has come and hit you. What do? You open the car door and get out and start fighting with the person behind you, and yes, there's damage and everything else. Or do you just take a moment to take a deep breath and say, take a good hard look at yourself and say, no broken bones, I'm not dead, no one in the car is injured. Yes, the car might be damaged, but it is a tool. It is not your life. It can be fixed or it can be replaced. So if you were to take a moment, to take a deep breath and step out and say, okay, this happened. How do I move forward from here? Your reaction, your outcome would be far better versus if you got out and you punched the guy who bumped into you, because that's going to like really solve the problem of your broken car. And everyone's going to end up, in a much better mood for having been punched out. No. But if you approached it in a mature kind of way, the energy gets managed and you still get a more positive outcome. It is extremely hard to choose to respond when you are being attacked. The way I get into fights. I get into fights all the time with my husband and my kids. And there is a lot of screaming and shouting. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. Absolutely not. Instead, I take a moment to say, what is happening here? I am behaving in a bad way because I am being triggered by something. So what is triggering me? So again, it's a moment of choice. How do I want to respond? The other part of it is, how is the other person reacting to me? Are they behaving badly because they're seeking love, they're seeking attention? Or are they being triggered by something else? So I had a huge fight with my husband a few weeks ago, and he was screaming at me. And I walked away from there feeling like crap because he had just yelled at me for something that was completely out of my control. And when I went back to my room and reflected, I said, this is not about me. What he is expressing is his problem. There's something else going on in his life that he's taking out on me. And as I released that responsibility of trying to manage his mood, I became a lot calmer. And he came and apologized. He said, yeah, I canceled golf because, I had something else to do. And then that other thing that I wanted to do got canceled too. So I canceled golf for nothing. So I was angry about that. And you came and said something at that moment, and I just took it out of you. So I'm sorry. So take a moment to reflect and allow the other, just look at it from their lens and say, is what they're saying true? Even if what they're saying is true, you are a bad worker, you've done really badly, you've done blah, 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 whatever. Take it as feedback and go back and say, okay, fair, they said that. So what can I do better? Instead of saying, no, you're wrong. The minute you say you're wrong, you're putting them on their defense and it just escalates. So just respond versus react. This is my last point. I think I'm a little bit ahead, so I might be able to take some questions as well. What you focus on expands. And I chose this picture on purpose. So if you look at this flower, it's a gorgeous flower. If it came in a bouquet to you, you'd probably sit there and be so thankful for whoever gave it to you. You would admire the flowers, you'd love it. And yet there is this one little imperfection. There is this one petal which has come off. Now you can choose to say the flower is anyway beautiful. Who cares about that one petal? Or you can look at this flower and say, oh my God, the person who gave this to me clearly didn't have an eye for detail, and they clearly don't value me because, they've given me something that is less than perfect. So I don't feel loved. You have taken away from this big move that they have done in giving you a bouquet and focused on the one thing that didn't work. When you go out in nature, you don't sit and look at the trees and say, oh, that particular branch is not perfectly symmetric. That leaf, that branch is going that way, that leaf is going there. Oh my God, that leaf fell off. And, now the little stem does not look perfect. You never do that. You admire the imperfections in nature. Yet, when we look at ourselves, when we look at the people around us, all we focus on are the imperfections. I look at myself and I can say, oh my God, I have dark circles. Instead of that, I say, hey, I have dark circles because I wake up early for the kids. I have kids. I have kids that I have to take care of. Wow, I have kids. Wow, I have responsibilities. I have people who love me. And so what if the price of that is a few dark circles? I'll take it. What if you focus on the small things that are working, on the things that give you joy, and find joy in those moments, you will find that there are many, 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 many more of those around you. If you decide to focus on something that is not okay, oh God, I have to wake up at 5:45 every morning. Oh God, I have to take care of the kids. The more I drag myself down, the more I put negative energy behind the things that I do, I attract more negative energy towards me. it's just what goes in and what comes out they match each other. So when you focus on what is positive around you, focus on abundance, you will find that everything comes to you. When you focus on what you don't have, oh God, I don't have that promotion, I don't have that salary increase, I don't have the perfect guy, I don't have this, I don't have a date on Friday night, I don't have whatever, you'll find that it's harder and harder to find joy in those moments. So in summary, slow it down. Every moment is a choice. You have the opportunity to respond versus react. And what you focus on expands. And now, since we do have some time, and I did see some comments coming up in the chat. Can you, if you guys have any questions, you can either ask or just put it in the chat and I'll try and get to them. We do have time. We have another 10 minutes and I'd love to have a conversation. This is, I've presented what I have to present. I would love to have a conversation about this.
Thank you very much, Pratima. It was very, very interesting and inspiring presentation. And I really liked the analogy you used in the beginning with the Harry Potter game, because I am a fan of Harry Potter. And I completely agree that when we feel our blood boiling, then we should just distance ourselves from whatever is happening, from the situation. Calm down and see things from a distance. I think maybe this technique that we should count from 1 to 10 sometimes works. What do you think?
Yes, yeah, it can be anything. So what I personally like to do is to actually take a physical step back. Like just put that distance between yourself and whatever's going on. Even if it's in a, I'm in a room and I'm fighting with somebody, fighting with my kids, fighting with my husband, and I keep using them as examples because in my current life, those are my immediate circle. I don't fight with my clients, thankfully. Yeah, so even if we're physically in a room, if I just physically distance myself, I'm able to see what's going on from a little bit of a different vantage point. And then I'm able to say, how do I want to respond in this moment? And the couple of other things to really bring, when I go for my walks, and yes, I'd like to be like perfectly aware of what's going on around me and slow it all down and everything. And my mind starts running, oh, here's my to-do list here. I have this and this and this, and I have to write back to that person, I have to respond to that person's message, blah, 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 blah. And the to-do list is running in my mind. I actually have to focus on my breath to say, I'll think about it later. So take a deep breath and say, coming back into the moment. Let me not think about, I'll go and do that later, and none of those thoughts are going to disappear from my head. And guess what? If they disappear from your head, it's letting go to let come. If somebody wants you bad enough, they will show up again. If somebody just sent you a random message and doesn't even expect a response from you, let them go. It's okay.
You're absolutely right. We should live our lives like this. Things would be easier for us. We'd be a lot calmer at the end of each day.
It's not perfect. I love, I love doing these sessions because it's almost a reminder to me about some of the learnings I've had and how I want to continue to practice them. And there are days when it's incredibly hard. So I have to go and physically pull out my presentation and say, what were my points? How do I, start living these again? I have to probably get like a big poster and like put it up in my room and just use those as a reminder, but it is there. It is there in each of us. It is, they're just small trigger points. And that's where, if you guys want to take a screenshot of this particular slide and, keep it. And if you want, like, maybe this will trigger some of the examples that I gave you. And of course, if you have questions, you can always email me, and Evie will also know how to reach out to me. I'm more than happy to have a conversation about this, about just living your life in joy. Why do we spend our entire lives? They always say, when you're on your deathbed, are you going to remember what day you got that promotion and, whether you did this or whether you did that? what you're going to remember is, did I enjoy every moment of the way? To not become discouraged about how long does it takes to make a change, to slow down. Very, very honest answer from me. It took me 1 week. Okay. I was told on a Friday. So I had one Friday I had, and then I had one more Friday after that. And I was starting a class the following Monday. So I had about 10 days in between. On the Friday, I was driving my business, my life, my everything at 120 kilometers per hour. And I spoke to somebody who said, oh, I've done the program that you're starting the following Monday. And in order for you to get the most out of that program, just stop doing whatever you're doing right now, slow down, make space in your life for it. And I thought I was going to lose my mind. Here I was, I had momentum, I had everything going for me. And somebody was telling me, stop, like stop it right now and make space in your life. I felt like that day I had gone and hit a wall. And with all the physical aches and pains of hitting that wall, you know, I was like, oh God, I'm going to lose my momentum. I'm going to lose everything. I've worked so hard to get here. If I lose this, blah, blah, blah. It was always the fear of what I was going to lose that wanted me to keep going. But then in a week's time, I said, okay, first thing is look at my calendar, cancel everything that I don't have to do. The next stage is really consider the things that I'm taking on. And I had to be coached. You know, one big thing that I hold in my head is what I feed the kids. And I was super paranoid. Oh my God, if I'm doing this and I'm not going to be able to give them good, nutritious meals. I had to be coached to say, for the next 3 months while I'm doing this course, fed is best. As long as they have food in front of them, as long as they're not hungry, they're going to survive. I need to make space in my life. It took that 1 week of literally stopping and then choosing to move at snail space, turtle space, whatever, for it to become part of my lifestyle. And even now, when I find myself becoming anxious, when I find myself going too fast, when I find myself believing that I need to be doing more than what I am, instead of running faster, I take a step back and say, okay, I'm going to slow it all down. And whatever emerges out of this slowing down is what is going to serve me to move forward. Curtis, does that answer your question?
Curtis? Yes.
Okay, yeah. So yes, talk to me, reach out to me. I'll be happy to support you. It is not easy. I'm not saying it's easy. You know, I've come here, I've given you 20 minutes of why I think, what are the tips, but practicing those tips is completely in your hands. And if you need help, if you need reinforcement, if you need to work on how you build this as a part of your life, reach out to me. I'll be happy to take you through this journey and take things forward.
Thank you so much for sharing this and encouraging all of us, actually, both to reach out to you and to start practicing all these tips. And hopefully we will reclaim our joy.
Absolutely. And again, don't make reclaiming the joy the goal. Remember to live every moment in joy, and it will be reclaimed.
Thank you so much. It has been a very pleasant session. So hopefully, if anyone has any other questions, they will reach out to you.
Yeah.
So
and we're 2 minutes ahead, so everybody can probably get a drink or just move around a little bit before the next session. Sorry, Evie, I'm kind of stepping in your shoes right there.
No. Okay. Is there anything else?
No, I'm done. I'm done. So if people have questions, they can email me and I'll be happy to answer you.
Sure. Thank you so much for being here today. I know your schedule is very heavy, but so it means a lot that you were here today.
Thank you, Evie. And thank you everyone for listening in.
So I would like now to welcome our next speaker, who's also coming from the UK. Alex Clapson. Alex draws on a wealth of knowledge accrued over 25 years of public, private, and third sector operational and management experience. Alex has led a number of teams successfully, including turning around failing businesses. Alex has worked in India, Africa, North America, and across Northern Europe. Before embarking on his freelance career, Alex was the head of coaching and mentoring for the Welsh Government, leading on initiatives throughout the public sector in Wales. Alex has been coaching senior leaders since 2008 and has worked worldwide on organizational development and change management initiatives. Alex has achieved a number of qualifications, including a master's degree in economics, and has postgraduate diplomas in applied social science, social work, and workplace mentoring. He's honorary lecturer at Swansea University, teaching at undergraduate and postgraduate levels on health and social care programs. He's also an advanced trained facilitator and certified practitioner, EQI 2.0, EQ 360, and MTQ 48 assessment tools. Alex was named Business Wales Mentor of the Year 2019, and today he's going to talk to us about the power of developing belief in potential. So I would like to welcome Alex.
Good afternoon, Evie. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you very much for being here today. The stage is all yours.
It's my pleasure, my privilege. Can I just double check? Are we able to communicate with all the rest of the delegates? Are the rest of the delegates able to contribute, or is it really a one-way traffic?
They can type in the chat box.
Are we allowed to speak or not?
Well, the weather is quite bad, and I'm a bit scared about the connection and technical issues if we speak all together.
Not a problem. Not a problem. I'm very much into participation, so we'll do what we can. We'll do what we can. Fantastic.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Let me get my presentation up for you. Welcome, everybody. It's an honour to be here. Genuinely an honour to be here. And Pratima, I don't know if you're still on this call, but your slide deck was absolutely stunning. I'm feeling quite quite intimidated by your slides. They're wonderful. Okay, we've got roughly about sort of 20 minutes, the same as sort of Pratima, to give you a presentation around the power of developing belief in potential. And I don't know whether you've heard of Michelangelo, the famous Italian sculptor, but he famously sort of quoted as saying that inside every block of stone, there's a beautiful statue waiting to be found. We only need to remove the excess material to reveal the work of art within. And that's my firm belief in terms of my approach to coaching, but probably my approach to life. And if I'm being really honest with you, I think over the years, I've also experienced times where I've lacked confidence, or maybe also in imposter syndrome, where I've wondered, what am I, why am I, little Alex from West Wales, sort of here in this situation? And many of the people that I've coached over the years, I think have experienced something quite similar as well. So that lack of confidence, the lack of self-belief to be the best that we can be. And today we're going to look at the difference that our words can make in the life and success of others. So let's start as we mean to go on. My wonderful grandmother, who's no longer with us, she used to tell us when we were children, you've got two of these, one of these, and to use them in that proportion. And I really would encourage you now to contribute. What I'd like you to share, only share what you're happy to share, but what has gone well for you in the last 24 hours? So what has gone well for you in the last 24 hours? And I appreciate you're probably going to be typing in the chat box, so I'll keep an eye on the chat box. So what has gone well for you in the last 24 hours? Okay, I got one thing in the chat box. No? Okay, if you're happy to type in the chat box, we got a good night's sleep. Thank you, Curtis. The opportunity to connect with a new mentor. Thank you, Phil Davis. That's fantastic. What else has gone well for you? Only share what you're happy to share. Oh, me too. Connecting with amazing people. Thank you, Nikki. Randall, family time. Wonderful. Thank you, Randall. This is great. This is great. Okay. I'm not sure whether you're aware, but that by sharing with one another what has gone well, it actually triggers the same area of the brain that we need to trigger to listen. Yeah, and one of my hopes for this afternoon is that we give each other a good old listening to. It's one of those wonderful things in life when somebody shares with us that maybe we're the first person in a long while that's really listened to them. Oh, we've got creative projects as well, being a thing that's gone well. Fantastic. Okay, this is really, really great. Okay, one of the key messages from this afternoon I'd like you to take away is this phrase that I came across, that I heard on a radio program, which is the nobility of kindness. The nobility of kindness. Okay, it's a key phrase that I'd like you to hang on to this afternoon. Okay, you're probably all familiar. Oh, we've got another message in the chat box. What have we got? Oh, great presentation, Yuthanya. Fantastic, great. Okay, let's move our slides on. You've probably come across this model before, the Jahari window model, which is a lovely model for thinking about our awareness in terms of our own self-awareness, but also how others view us. And for me, part of the beauty of the sort of belief in potential is that it is transformational effect. So, for example, there are, we choose in terms of how much we allow other people to see of our lives. Okay, but I'm really, really keen, and maybe it's the sort of social worker in me. I've been a social worker for about 30 years as well, to dive into the hidden areas and the unknown areas, and to help people to identify their blind spots as well. And I came across a lovely phrase the other day. I put this up on SlideShare, an article, credit where credit's due, by Bill Murphy Jr. But a lovely form of 6 words. You might you might not know this, but okay, a lovely form of 6 words that helps other people raising their awareness. And in my experience, by generating active, ongoing practices that shift our perspectives, it also shifts our expectations of reality as well. I'm a real, I love diagnostic tools, but I think the older I'm getting, the more experience I'm getting, I'm also becoming more and more convinced as well that diagnostic tools can at times encourage people maybe to stay put, rather than actually addressing what the diagnostic tool has identified. But I think the belief in potential is all about the exciting, the energizing, the motivational impact of the panorama, if you like, of possibility. So let's move things along. Okay. Right. Now, I appreciate you're going to have to type in the chat box, but can you think of someone who has demonstrated belief in you? Can you think of someone who has demonstrated belief in you? How did you know? And what was the impact on you and your performance? So can you think of someone who's demonstrated belief in you? How did you know? And what was the impact on your performance? And certainly I'm happy to share with you that I was about to leave an organization because I didn't see that there were many opportunities for me. And it was really, really incredibly flattering that one of the senior directors actually contacted me on the day that my resignation letter went in to really encourage me and to recognize my achievements, which I think I'd lost sight of. I think I'd lost a lot of confidence and I didn't see the opportunities, but he actually recognized many of my achievements and encouraged me to go for a promotion, which I actually got. And it was the beginning of a transformation. Okay, Yuthanya, we've got my parents, they don't tell me what to do and rely on my judgment. And this has made me more responsible with my decisions. Isn't that wonderful? So your parents. Or from Nikki, my students, makes me feel humbled and full of energy to continue coaching. Isn't that fantastic? Any more for any more? Any other stories that I need to take account of? So we've got parents, we've got students who've demonstrated belief in us. Any others? Okay, let's close the chat a second. And let's close the chat. I'd like to share with you a wonderful tool that I often use in my coaching. And it's a free tool. It's a free tool, so it's freely available. I'm very much into free diagnostics. This tool is, oh, we got another thing in the chat box. Let me just check the chat box. My colleagues who trust my work. That's fantastic. Thank you, Ava. That's wonderful as well. Oh dear, let's go back a slide. Okay. Right, values in action, signature strengths. It's a free online questionnaire, very much strengths-based, very much strengths-based. It measures, as it says, the psychosocial fitness, focus on those key areas, emotional, resilience and growth, family, social, and sense of belonging. It's a free diagnostic tool, and what you get at the end of it is a printout. And on that printout is 24 different character strengths, and it identifies your key character strengths. My key character strengths, happy to share my report with you. My 5 top character strengths are kindness, creativity, leadership, gratitude, and humor as well. And what I find is by sharing that diagnostic tool with those that I'm coaching, it can open out the world of possibility in terms of exploring what that individual, the beautiful statue within that rough stone, it helps to really uncover what that person is on the inside. And that's something else in the chat box. Oh, lovely. Thank you, Randall. That's really, really encouraging. Thank you, Randall. Okay, some silent coaching questions. I don't know whether you've come across appreciative inquiry, but I think it's important if we're coaches to also, and I'm sure we all do this, but also to be applying the same sort of approaches to ourselves. So we're going to do a silent coaching exercise. And if you have a pen and paper to hand, that would be really, really helpful. I'm going to ask 3 questions from the world of appreciative inquiry. First question, number 1. What do I currently do well in my role as a coach? What do I currently do well in my role as a coach? So take a few moments to jot down what you believe you do well currently. What are you known for? What do people appreciate when spending time with you, in the conversations that you have with them? What do I currently do well in my role as a coach? Second question, my wonderful niece Tallulah, who's 4, gave me this wonderful magic wand. I don't know whether you can see this magic wand. Okay, and this magic wand is our next question. So we're going to wave a magic wand. Imagine overnight that a miracle happened to you and that you've developed further as a coach. What is now different? What do you see? How have things changed? So let's wave the magic wand again. Imagine overnight a miracle happened and you've developed further as a coach. What is now different? What do you see? And how have things changed? And then finally, the third question, what skills and knowledge and experience do you need to develop to improve as a coach? So write down your thoughts in terms of what skills, knowledge and experience you need to develop to improve as a coach. So we've gone on a journey thinking about where we are currently. We've waved Tallulah's magic wand. We've thought about the miracle overnight happening and envisioning, if you like, the new person that we'd be, the new coach that we would be. And then thinking about the steps that we need to take in order to move to that position. Has anyone got anything they'd like to share as a result of that silent coaching in the chat box? Credit where credit's due. Appreciative inquiry comes from David Cooper Ryder. So if you're interested in appreciative inquiry, I've put quite a lot of information up online. You just need to type my name into a search engine. I'm quite a big fan of appreciative inquiry. Did anybody have any sort of miracle moments where they suddenly recognized an area that they want to develop? It may be on the basis of some of the previous speakers in terms of what they've been sharing. Where are you looking to develop, if you're happy to share in the chat box? Okay, let's then move along, shall we? Let's move along. Okay, in terms of thinking about the next steps, I was listening to a radio program called The Life Scientific on Tuesday of this week. And in order to be a good scientist, you need to be a good observer. It was one of the key messages coming out of that program. In order to be a good scientist, you need to be a good observer, and you need to notice things. So I would encourage you to take this principle and to devise an experiment. Create the opportunity in the next week to notice and observe someone's potential and to tell them. Create the opportunity over the next week to observe someone's potential and to tell them. And once we offer someone else our noble gift of kindness, new life, new ideas and possibilities become apparent. And the great bonus about taking this approach is that we become more joyful and successful as well. It's like that principle that when one teaches, two learn. Oh, we've got from Nadia, need to develop the way to ask the best questions in order to help others get to their goals and aspirations. Absolutely agree with you, Nadia. I think that's at the heart of coaching, isn't it? Yeah, what precedes a great answer? It's a great question. Yeah, what precedes a great answer? A great question. And there's a couple of wonderful books. The power. Yes, The Power of Questions. I think it's called The Power of Questions, or Power of Asking Questions, by Chad Littlefield and Will Wise. Chad Littlefield and Will Wise. There's another book called Beautiful Questions. And again, up online, freely available. I've put a lot of what I've found to be great coaching questions that I've used over the years. And I've put a lot of those up on SlideShare as well. So let's move things along. I would encourage you, opportunity to ask questions here now as well. But our mission as coaches really is to help others to find their unique and beautiful statue within the rough, uncut stone within. And that, for me, is a huge part of the reward. Another great book recommendation from Randall, Great Leaders Ask Great Questions by John Maxwell. Yes, absolutely agree with you, Randall. Cracking book. Thank you for that recommendation. Thank you for that recommendation. Interestingly, in this world, this very, very competitive world, there's a book I've been reading recently. I don't know whether you can see it on the screen, The Art of Possibility. The Art of Possibility by Rosamund and Benjamin Zander. And they talk about this idea of Benjamin is a music teacher, amongst other things. And he gives his students an A, at the beginning of the semester. Yeah? And it might sound strange. You might think that would encourage students never to show up to another class. But there is a but. He gives every student an A if they write a letter dated the end of the semester, looking back over the semester and describing how they've developed as a human being, how they've developed as a musician, how they've developed in their interactions in terms of their relationships, how they've grown and develops. And I thought that was a beautiful principle to think about, what we could use in coaching as well. And Dr. Stephen Covey talks about this idea of beginning with the end in mind, okay? And to get our coachees to write a letter to themselves, post-dated, sharing how they've moved on, the person that they want to become, the challenges that they want to overcome. It's a lovely technique that I would encourage you to play around with. Nadia, thank you as well. Okay, so let's show my last slide. A big thank you from me. I'm also impressed that I've managed to keep this to 20 minutes because I've got enough here probably to keep us going for a day, but I've really tried to keep it very concise and just stripped it back to the key messages. But I would absolutely welcome any questions that you have now. So more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Alex. It has been a very nice presentation. Actually, I was thinking that some of the people who are here are not coaches, but these all can be applied to self-coaching as well. Is that correct?
Evie, absolutely. Yes, I'm a big fan of coaching, but I think these are principles for life. These are principles for life that we can use both with ourselves, with our family, with our friends, and our colleagues that we work with. So they're principles for life. Yes, we're couching it in the world of coaching, but yes, they're universal. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. If anyone has any other questions, they can chat, type them in the chat box. Natalia asks, yes, the book.
I don't know, can everybody see this book here now?
The Art of Possibility, Transforming Professional and Personal Life. I can read it, so I guess.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Highly recommended book. It's about 10 years old. What a beautiful book. My wife and I have both read it at the same time, and we both found ourselves just laughing and crying and sharing many good things. It's a wonderful book, highly recommended, and I'm not on commission. Any other questions from anybody? Oh, right. How has applying the principles that you've shared blessed your life? Great question, Randall. Wow, where do we begin? Let me begin in Alaska. I was leading an expedition, but it was a youth development charity I was working for. And I've been applying these principles for many years, but life's a journey, and I'm still evolving. I'm still learning. Every day's a school day. But it was interesting that on the expedition, the young people that I was working with, it was over about a 3-month period, and I had the young people with me for about 9 or 10 days at a time, and then a different group, and then a different group, and a different group. Interestingly, when it came to the end of the expedition, and I was crying when people were sharing this, but some of the young people were sharing the difference it made because I genuinely believed in their ability, and it was all to do with their self-development, and I gave each of them an opportunity every day to lead the group, and then to be a deputy leader, and then the deputy leader would be the leader for the next day. And they literally led us during the whole time. And I love that principle of leading from behind. Yeah, so I was there as their leader, but I was there actually creating an environment within which they could be the best that they could be. And the blessings that gave me, wow. I mean, it still touches me now when I think back to it. And that's just one example. Randall, great question, thank you.
Any other questions? I guess we've all asked our questions. So you could share again your contact details if people want to reach out to you.
Yep, sure. I've typed them in the chat box. I'm very shy about this. I am. You know, I'm
Oh, why? You're very good at it.
Here we go, in the chat box. If anybody would like to get in touch, and I'm always sharing resources on LinkedIn, always sharing, which is how you and I met as well, isn't it? And always sharing things up on SlideShare. So if you type my name into SlideShare or just contact me via email, I'm more than happy to share resources with everybody. Lots of free diagnostic tools that are validated that you can use with your coachees, you can use on yourself. More than happy to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. It has been a very pleasant session.
Thank you.
So now we have a few minutes. If there are no other questions, I would like to spend a few minutes telling you a story, actually. Since we have about 5 minutes before the next session, I will stop recording again. And I would like to welcome our next speaker coming from Cyprus, Nikki Tomasidis. Nikki is a trauma-sensitive mindfulness coach and mental health first aider. She has been coaching for over 6 years, and it's something she's very passionate about. She also volunteers weekly at the Red Cross, helping migrants and immigrants address various trauma-related issues. At the tender age of 14, way before cell phones and the internet, she decided to become a vegetarian. She listened to her inner voice, embraced her quirkiness, and made it her mission to spread kindness in the world, to speak about nature, to take deep breaths. Who would have thought that taking deep breaths could determine the quality of our life? This instinct is what earned her a full scholarship with Breathe International to obtain her trauma-sensitive mindfulness coach certificate. She lives in a world of her own, but she's fully aware and educated about what's going on in the world around her. However, she chooses to keep her mental health in check so she can be the best version of herself. Be the change you want to see in the world, and in a world where you can be anything, be kind, are her mottos. And she's going to talk to us about the power of noticing. So Nikki, welcome. Thank you very much for being here. It's so nice to see you. And the stage is all yours now.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Nikki. And as Evie said, I've embraced my quirkiness from a very young age. And I'm also that way as a coach. And so my teaching, I like my teaching to be fun. I honestly feel that there's so much seriousness in the world and around us that we can learn so much more and better and retain so much more information when we're having fun while doing it. So I'm going to start. I will share my screen, but in a minute. I'm going to start by asking you to notice, because today is about the power of noticing. So we're going to start by noticing our bodies. Notice your shoulders. Notice how you're sitting. Notice your neck, your toes, your knees. Notice your fingers, your elbows. Just notice how they feel. Then I'd ask you to notice your face. Notice your cheeks. Notice the eyebrows here. Are they crossed or are they relaxed? Notice the mouth. Are the sides turning up? Are they down? Are they just blah? Notice. Notice your breathing. Notice, are you taking just shallow breaths, or are you taking longer, deeper breaths? Notice how your breathing is. Notice your emotions. Are you feeling anxious? Are you feeling frustrated, cross about something, some email that you read just moments before or this morning? Are you feeling relaxed and excited? Just notice your emotions. Notice your thoughts. What are your thoughts? Are you feeling bored and tired? Are you thinking, oh, I wish we could have had a little break? What am I doing here? I need a break. You know, are you feeling? Are you thinking, what am I going to cook after? Are you thinking? What are your thoughts? I didn't answer that email. I should have got to it, and I'll do that later. What are your thoughts? Notice your thoughts. And lastly, let's notice our surroundings. Notice what's around you. Notice is it sunny outside? Is it dark? Notice your surroundings. Is it cold? Is it hot? Notice your surroundings. And now I'm going to ask you all to stand up. Yeah, I'm going to ask you to stand up. I would ask you to put your cameras on, but I think, Evie, you said that's not okay to get our cameras on. Is that right?
I'm afraid that there may be connection issues due to the bad weather.
Okay, so cameras off, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter. I'll just do this on my own, but I'm hoping that behind those cameras, you will be joining me. Okay, so are you ready to go? I want you to dance like no one is watching. Come on. I promised you, Quirky. No one is watching. Just go for it. You'll be just fine. Come on, no one's watching, let's go. Okay, I'm back. Now let's take a nice deep breath. In from the nose and out from the mouth. Ready? One more. In from the nose, out from the mouth. Ready? One last time. Okay. And now we're going to ask ourselves the same questions that I asked you before. Notice. Notice your shoulders. Notice your neck. Notice your toes, your knees. Notice your face. Is your mouth curling upwards a bit? Your cheeks all tense up. Are you smiling maybe? The eyebrows here. It's such an important part, the eyebrows. Notice your breathing, obviously. If you were dancing along with me, your breathing will be much heavier right now because you danced like no one was watching, which I really, really hope you did, because it's the purpose of this exercise is to show you how powerful noticing is. Notice your emotions now. Are you suddenly feeling a little bit more energetic, more focused? Are you feeling more focused? So notice the difference in your thoughts. And lastly, let's notice our surroundings. Notice the colors. Notice the sounds. Maybe you can hear the birds chirping and you couldn't hear them before. See if there's a difference in how you feel. Notice. So now I'm going to share my screen. There we go. Done. Okay, so the power of noticing. Notice how we can change our mood and our energy. So we literally shook ourselves, into a completely different mindset. We stepped outside of our comfort zones and we tried something new maybe. So by doing that, we changed something. We noticed our emotions and therefore we could do something about it. Mindfulness is a simple, easy, small little bite-sized things that we can do, inexpensive. They don't necessarily need money. What you need though is to notice what you need so you can switch it and you can change it. You cannot change something if you don't notice it. Our mental health is in our hands. So by noticing by adding a little bit of music, how immediately our mood changes, our energy changes. Notice that by adding that, something such a simple thing to do, how you can change. And it's all because you noticed. That's why I'm so focused on today's lesson is just about noticing. So by noticing that music makes you feel good and it gives you more energy, you can add music when you're doing mundane things. So let's say cleaning the house is a mundane task. But suddenly, when you add music and doing housework, it's not so mundane anymore. It can actually be quite enjoyable. And before you know it, it's done. And that's it, you know? So noticing is a big thing. 4 steps of noticing. Notice, stop, breathe, don't react, but respond. Because I notice, I'm able to stop, breathe, and then respond to a situation rather than react to it. It all starts with noticing. If I'm reacting and I don't notice I'm reacting, then I can't do anything about it. If I notice I'm reacting, suddenly I'm more powerful and I can do something about it. Noticing doesn't just apply to reacting and responding. Noticing can help you manage stress and anxiety. So if you notice that, I think I have chronic stress, I'm a stressful person, I'm the kind of person that uses that word often, and this is how I feel. When you notice it, then you'll say, okay, what can I do about it? If you don't notice it and it's just there, or you're just talking about it and telling your friends, and yeah, I'm a stressful person, you're not actually noticing it, because the moment you notice it, you will do something about it. I can control my anger when I notice. I can understand what things distract me, and therefore I can help if I'm the kind of person that procrastinates, keeps putting things off later. I can notice if I'm being a good friend. Am I really listening to that friend? Am I there when they need me? Am I being a good friend? If I notice, then I can be a better friend. Same goes to being a parent, understanding the difference between listening and hearing. I can notice, am I listening to my child right now, or am I just hearing that mommy, mommy, chatter, chatter? Or am I actually listening? When I can notice, then I can become a better parent. I can diffuse. I'm going to tell you.
Sorry, excuse me. Someone has their microphone on mute. Excuse me. Sorry for this interruption.
Should I continue?
Let me. Sorry, sir. Let me post.
So I can actually diffuse a panic attack. Yeah, really, just by noticing, I can diffuse a panic attack, and I'm someone who suffers or used to suffer from panic attacks. So I'm going to go how to next. I'm going to use the panic attack as an example. I can control my weight when I notice, and I eat mindfully. So if I'm eating in front of the TV and I'm not noticing, then I can't control my weight. But if I'm noticing while I'm eating, I can control my weight. I can stick to an exercise routine when I notice that, oh, I'm feeling fitter. Oh, I can get into these trousers. So when I notice, then I'm more likely to stick to that exercise routine. I can manage my mental health when I notice. I can reflect on, am I being the best version of me when I notice? Am I trying as hard as I know I can? Am I doing my best? So I can notice and therefore make small changes that will have a huge impact on myself and even those around me, just by noticing. How do I notice? Okay, so I'm going to use the example with a panic attack because it's something that's quite severe. And by noticing, then you can actually diffuse a panic attack before it escalates. Because once a panic attack is full on, it's almost impossible to do anything about it. But when you notice that your body always gives you little telltale signs, it could be a sweaty palms, it could be a faster heartbeat. In my case, it's usually both or other things too. So notice, the moment you notice those signs, and then you notice those voices in your head, and one is telling you, oh my goodness, what if you get stuck? So you're in a lift, in an elevator, a lift, and one voice is telling you, no, I'm not going to go in there. What if it gets stuck? What if it... And it's 20 floors to the top, and you've got a business meeting, and you can't possibly climb 20 stories, and you really have to get into this elevator. But you know that if you do, you're likely to have a panic attack. So what are you going to do about it? And there's voices in your head, and one of them is telling you, oh my goodness, no, 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 what if this happens? What if that happens? And the other one's saying to you, it's okay. You know, millions of people use this every day. It's okay. If you notice those voices in your head and you go with the reasonable one that's saying to you that so many people use this elevator a day. I have my phone. If I get stuck, I can call for help. There's all these buttons that will assist me. So you start talking with yourself, and you start putting yourself at ease, and you talk yourself out of it, and you allow yourself to. But you can only do this if you notice that you're about to have a panic attack. Because if you don't notice, then the other voice takes over, the one that's telling you to, oh my God, it's an elevator, I'm not getting in there, what if I get stuck, you know? And then that's it, it's gone. It's full blown, and you cannot do anything about it. So by noticing the signs your body is giving you, you can actually diffuse it before it comes. It does take practice, it does. So step one is noticing. Okay, yeah. So step one is noticing. The most likely scenario is that the first few times, so this is why I said it takes practice, and this is what I mean with practice. The first few times this happens, most likely you're going to notice while you're reacting. So in this instance, the reaction is the full-blown panic attack. The response is I've managed to talk myself out of having one and calm myself down. So you see, that's the reaction and the response. So most likely the first few times you will notice while or after you reacted. But still, be very kind to yourself. Mindfulness is so much about being kind to yourself. Say to yourself, do you know what? I noticed, even though it was later, after, it doesn't matter. I still noticed that, oh, wait a minute. I could have responded there and not reacted. So give yourself a pat on the back and a hug, like we said before, and say, do you know what? Good for me. Bravo to me for noticing, even though it was a little bit late. Because by saying bravo to yourself and being kind to yourself, you're giving yourself happy hormones. I like to call them happy hormones. You're giving yourself happy hormones, and that makes you feel good. And because you feel good, the chances are that you're going to want to do it again. When you feel good, you want to do it again. So by saying, well done to me, the next time you're going to notice just a little bit during that freaking out or reacting episode. This applies for so many, it's with anger, it's with lots of different, it can apply in so many ways, and I can answer some questions after as well as to if you have a question of if it can apply to a specific example that you want me to share with you. So again, say bravo to yourself, even though you noticed during, and just stop. As we said, it's notice, stop, breathe, and then respond rather than react. So just stop. So if you're yelling at someone because you're driving along and someone has just cut you up and you're like, what? Just say, oh, wait a minute, I'm reacting now. I shouldn't be reacting, because by reacting, I'm putting myself in a state that I don't want to be in. I'm going to end up getting to work or picking my child up or going to that interview in a frustrated state that I alone put on myself because I reacted to that situation instead of responding. So by reacting, you're actually doing more harm to yourself than to that other person. That other person is just going to drive off, get to their destination, and not even remember that you reacted to them. You, though, are going to stay with that frustration for the rest of your day. So you yourself just ruined your day. So even though you may notice while you're reacting, just stop. So you're like, oh my goodness, what? Oh, I'm reacting. Okay, just stop. It may look a bit silly, but we just proved that looking a bit silly doesn't matter. It can actually help you notice. Just stop. Take a deep breath in from the nose and out from the mouth. That always helps relax. Take 2, 3, 4, as many as you need to calm yourself down. And then just respond and say, okay, he cut me up, she cut me up, whatever. You don't know, it's okay. It's not, let them just get on with their day and I'm going to get on with mine. Because that's the best decision for you, yourself. And this is about us taking control of our own lives and giving ourselves a better quality of life because we choose to. So I like to look at the power of noticing as a way of life and not as a rule. I think once you can start understanding how much you can change and how happier you feel and how much better you feel, then it actually just becomes a way of life and not a rule. So if you can shift from looking at it as a rule, oh, okay, Coach Nikki said I need to notice, no, I'm going to start noticing because it's what's best for me. So that is a way of life and not a rule. So that's it from me. These are all my details here. And I'd like to tell you that I do have a YouTube channel where I share lots of videos. And each video is targeted for different, so for panic attacks, for stress and anxiety, for adults and children. I actually specialize in children as well and teenagers. So if you have something that you want to keep helping, like even some of these exercises that I've spoken with you, and you want to be able to see them again, you can find them on my YouTube channel. So I think here, how am I doing with time? Oh, I think I'm good. That's really good. Oh, yay.
You've done great with the time.
I was like, oh my God, I get so carried away when I start talking. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and I'm going to see if anybody has any questions. Okay. Oh, someone else that helped with panic attacks. Oh, I'm so glad to see that. Oh, you haven't danced for ages. Thank you, Anthea. Thanks for joining me. I want everybody now to go, here where it says reactions. Whoever danced, I want you to put a thumbs up. Let's see how many people actually dance. Oh, we've got 1, 2. Who else danced?
I have no idea how to make thumbs up, but I really danced.
4. We've got 4.
Actually, I don't know how to do this. But
we had 4 dancers and me 5. Phew. Okay. Well, I promise you that when you try doing things that are out of your comfort zone, that is when shift happens. So if you're really serious about taking control of your life and doing something about your mental health, stepping outside your comfort zone is one of the best ways to try. Okay, so that's it from me.
Thank you very much. And I think something else you said is also very important to understand, that when we react, we basically allow others to control our lives.
Yeah. We usually say, it's my way of expressing myself. I get that a lot in Greece. A lot of aggressive drivers. Yeah, it's my way of expressing. But you don't realize the harm it does to yourself, to you. You put yourself in a state that is aggressive and you end up being aggressive throughout your day. Oh, thank you for the messages, guys. Much appreciated.
And I can also confirm that when we dance, because I used to dance a lot when I was younger, and now I dance when I do the dishes. I do get energized. Yeah, I'm always with headphones when I do the dishes, and I'm like that.
I dance in the car. I'm always dancing. I mean, yeah.
It's a very easy way to increase our positive energy, I think.
Definitely, because it's all about those hormones that we've been talking about for the past 3 days. It's all about those hormones. And I call them happy hormones. It's easier for people to remember, they're happy hormones. And there's also the other stress hormones. And the stress hormones come when you do start reacting to situations. How can I stop myself from reacting? I get people asking me that question all the time, my students. How can I stop myself from reacting? By noticing. That's why the power of noticing is such an important thing, the power of noticing.
It is, and all the comments are very nice. The beautiful thing about humans is that we are responsible. Oh, okay, I really like this pun.
Oh,
we can take control of
yeah.
our
Oh, I really like that, Randall. Well done. We are responsible. We're able. I love that. Well done. Yay.
Thank you very much, Nikki. People can reach out to you.
Yeah, I will put my information here in the chat box as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you all for sharing your valuable time with me.
Thank you for being here and spreading positivity.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. So we have 5 minutes. So let's have a 5-minute break to get some coffee, to get some water, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. So after this small break, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Randy McNeely from the United States. Randy is an author, speaker, singer, songwriter, podcast host, passionate kindness advocate, and kindness leadership coach. He's the founder of the Peacock Institute, helping individuals and organizations create intentionally designed world-class personal and professional cultures through the positive engagement and economic power of kindness. Randy authored the Kindness Givers Formula, 4 simple steps for restoring life, hope, love, unity, and peace to our troubled world. He's also the recent author of Daily Dose of Positive, Volume 1, 90 Days of Timeless Nuggets to Enhance Your Life. Randy is also the executive producer for The Kindness Finders, a kindness-driven reality TV show, sharing interesting, compelling, and emotionally engaging stories of amazing individuals and organizations. Randy is married to the amazing Kimberly McNeely, and they are blessed to be the parents of 5 children, 4 daughters and 1 son. And he's going to tell us about harnessing the positive engagement power of kindness to drive personal and professional success. Randy, welcome. Thank you very much for being here today.
Oh, what a blessing it is. Thank you so much, Evie, for giving me this opportunity. I so appreciate it. Thank you for all your efforts to put this wonderful conference together.
Thank you. The stage is yours. You can share your screen.
All right, I'll go ahead and do that. Share, and then we'll get the slides up where they need to be. Now, okay, can you see the big screen? Or,
yes,
okay.
We can. Thank you.
All right, well, I appreciate that wonderful introduction. Thank you, Evie. That was very kind and generous introduction. So thank you so much for your wonderful kindness to me. And I'm going to work through some key discussion points today, talking a little about PPOC and what it is and how you and I can claim it, and how we can unleash the power of self-kindness, taking control of our tada, and how we can expand abundance, our own abundance and the abundance of others through kindness to others. I would invite you right now, if you haven't been taking notes, to take out your notebook, because I'm going to share some things that I can promise you will have a life-impacting event, or a life-impacting power and influence on your life. So I'd invite you to take some notes. I'm going to share some formulas that will change, that will enable you and empower you to make some powerful changes, not only in your own life, but also in the lives of those that you come in contact with. Now, here's the question, PPOC, what is it? Well, we already got kind of got that at the beginning. It stands for the positive engagement power of kindness. Now, I want to ask you a question, and if you want to drop this in the chat, the answer's in the chat. I'll do my best to keep an eye on the chat. Let's see here. Oh, sorry about that. Hold on just 1 second. Okay, we'll just jump into it. I'm going to have a hard time keeping my eye on the chat, but I'm going to do my best.
I will tell you about the chat, don't worry.
All right. And so we're going to talk about the positive engagement power of kindness. There's a question. How many of you like to work with unpleasant people? People that act like jerks? You know, if you're like me, you don't. None of us like to work in unpleasant situations with people that are being unpleasant, that are acting in ways that are unpleasant. None of us like that. So why is that? We don't like feeling uncomfortable. We don't like being in an environment that's toxic. So what can we do to address that? Of course, My encouragement, my experience is that we can invite the positive engagement power of kindness into our lives. Why is it that kindness is so important? It's because it opens pathways for the heart-to-heart connections like nothing else can. We can be in situations where, as some of the previous speakers have alluded to, we can be in situations that are contentious and high-strung, and yet if we have control or take control, remember that we're response-able, we can use kindness to diffuse those kinds of situations. How can you and I, here's the question, how can I claim and unleash the power of kindness? How can you and I claim that power and use it to drive both personal and professional success? Question we need to ask ourselves. Think about this. Every one of us, if you remember the story of the goose that laid the golden eggs, we all have our own personal production capacity. We're responsible for ourselves. We have our own personal production capacity. We're human beings. We have mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical needs. And if we don't take care of ourselves, here's the question. With our production capacity, we're able to produce the gold, right? That enables us to provide for ourselves, for our families if we have them, whatever situation we're in. But if we're not taking care of ourselves, what happens to our production capacity? It goes away. It goes down, it disappears. It doesn't necessarily disappear, but it really greatly depletes. And what happens to the production? What happens to the gold? Gold disappears. Now, there's a lot of things we could talk about with regards to physical, mental, emotional, spiritual needs. We don't have enough time in this setting right now to talk about that. So I want to focus on the biggest challenge that we have, and that is with what I call negative self-talk. You've all heard the statement before. How many of you have heard the statement before? I'm my own worst critic. We've made that statement, or we've heard other people say that. Well, why is that? Let's think about this. Why are we our own worst critic? With whom do we spend 100% of our time? We may spend time with other people, but there's one person that we spend 100% of our time with. And of course, the answer is ourselves. We can't get away from ourselves. And so we know our own weaknesses or our perceived weaknesses, and we have a tendency as human beings to be a lot harder on ourselves than perhaps other people would be. We have a tendency to be able to be kinder to other people than we are to ourselves. So the question, what I'd like to focus on today is how we can eliminate negative self-talk. And one of the key things is to start changing in that area is to see the human. What I mean by that, seeing ourselves as human beings, seeing ourselves as people, recognizing the fact that we're not perfect, but though we're not perfect, we have great value. We have great abilities. We have great uniqueness. You think about this. When you go to an auction, what are the things that sell for the highest price? They're the things that are the rarest, or the one-of-a-kind thing that you sell, and they go for high prices. They go for the highest price at the auction. Well, think about this. Every single one of us is unique. We are the rarest me. I'm the rarest me. You're the rarest you. There's nobody else in this world like you. We have to see ourselves in that way and remember that we have tremendous value. The next thing is we need to change our mindset, change the way we think about ourselves, change the way that we look and think about who we are and what we can become. And I call that taking control of our ta-da. We've all heard the statement where little kids say when they finish something up, or, ta-da, we've heard that magical ta-da. Well, we're going to talk about if we're going to make a difference in our own getting rid of negative self-talk, then we have to take control of our mindset, change our mindset, take control of our thinking. We do that by taking control of our ta-da. What does ta-da stand for? Ta-da stands for thoughts, attitudes, desires, action, and habits. Positive thoughts drive positive attitudes, which drive positive desires, which drive positive actions, which result in positive habits. Now let's see, I got to go back one. Got a little too fast, a little too quick on myself. We all want the results that end up with greater joy and happiness. These things are key. When we are thinking positively, that's going to determine the attitudes and the desires that we have. Now, do we have days when we have negative thoughts come in? Of course we do. But we have the power, because we're responsible, we have the power to change the narrative. We have the power to change our mindset, to change the things that we're thinking about, and therefore change the way our day goes. Even when other people do things that may distract us or may cause us pain or sorrow, or things happen, ultimately we still are responsible, and we have the capability to choose how we respond rather than react, like Nikki just talked about. So now that's a little bit about what we can do to take care of ourselves and to unleash the power of self-kindness by looking at this Tada factor, thinking about what we can do to apply it in our lives. And if we want to expand abundance to others, we can do that. The best way I know how is through kindness. We've all heard the statement before: people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. People ask me why I am so constantly focusing on kindness and striving to inspire people to be kind, encouraging people to be kind. Because honestly, my life, I am who I am where I am why I am and what I am because of people's kindness to me. When I was growing up, there was a lot of challenges. I'm not going to get into all that, but let's suffice it to say, I did not live in the most pleasant circumstances a lot of the time. My father was very authoritarian. He made a lot of mistakes. He liked to yell, he swore, he was abusive in many ways. Not physically, but verbally and in other ways. Real challenge growing up in that kind of atmosphere. How many of you can relate? You don't need to say anything in the chat, but how many of you can relate? Think about that. We've all had those challenges. And, you know, the thing is, how do we overcome those challenges? Well, in my experience, the way I was able to do that is because people were kind to me. Even when I was going through my personal challenges, I had friends and people around me. I was fortunate enough to have people around me to reach out in love to me and help me to recognize that despite what was going on, I could carry on, I could make it. There were times when life was very dark and I considered doing the unthinkable. And I'm so thankful for good, kind people who reached out to me in love. And that's what drives me to want to do what I'm doing now, Now, when we can develop an outward focus, and remember, we talked about seeing the human, when we can see other people as people, rather than seeing them as objects, which we often do. Sometimes we see people as a means to an end, or we get angry with someone and we get what's called in the box with them, meaning we see them as causing us pain or being a real challenge in our lives, and we have unkind thoughts or feelings towards them. It's really hard to see them as a human being. We see them as an object of pain. The key thing is if we want to be able to move forward and rise above those challenges, we have to be able to see people as people. And when we do that, here's what happens. We can start, yes, love it, Alex. Alex, love it. Nobility of kindness. Here's the key thing. Every one of us how many of you heard the statement? When people know you, like you, and trust you, they want to work with you. They want to be with you. They want to be around you. Well, that's the key to building strong and powerful relationships. If we want to have trustworthy relationships and want to have success, we have to have them. Well, the keystone of trustworthy relationships is connection, being able to reach out and actually, maybe not physically, but emotionally, and I'm going to dare say spiritually, be able to touch other people's hearts, be able to connect with them heart to heart. And when we do that, then we can build those trustworthy relationships. And the key to connecting with people is showing kindness. There's no getting around that. There's a multitude of behaviors that are all have a basis in kindness: honesty, integrity, respect, listening attentively, setting clear expectations so people know what they're expected to do. All those things have a basis in kindness, and they help us to build those relationships that enable us to move forward collaboratively with success. Now, I'm going to share with you a very easy formula. It's in my book. Dr. Evie mentioned that I wrote a book called The Kindness Giver's Formula. It's a simple formula. It's easy to learn, but powerfully, powerfully effective. And I want you to take the time to write down these steps and start practicing them today. And I can promise you that you will notice a difference. Now, I am going to assume right now that everyone that's on this call is kind, and you want to do kind things. You want to be kind to others. You want to lift others. You want to build others. The interesting thing about this formula is it's an intentional daily formula. It's an intentional habit of looking for opportunities to give kindness. We often do random acts of kindness because we see things, react kind if opportunities happen to present themselves. We're not necessarily actively looking for, thinking about ways that we can give kindness. And the power of this formula is that it helps you to focus daily on intentional kindness giving, and helps you to open your eyes and notice, as Nikki said, notice opportunities to be kind that may have been right there in front of you all this time that you didn't notice simply because you weren't paying attention. And I've had that experience myself. So the Kindness Giver's Formula. First step, every day, remember that we can determine to be kind. I love this quote by Ella Wheeler Wilcox. There is no chance, no destiny, no fate that can circumvent or hinder or control the firm resolve of a determined soul. Think about that. How many of you have had an experience? And you feel free to drop a note in the chat. And I can see the chat now. I figured out how to be smarter than the chat. So how many of you had an experience where you were determined to do something and nothing could stop your firm resolve? We've all had those opportunities and experiences in our life. Every day we can determine to be a kindness giver. I can get up and think, I'm going to be kind today. Why is that so important? Because it puts kindness top of mind. It puts kindness top of mind. We can look in the mirror, put kindness at the top of mind right at the start of the day. Second thing, think and plan. Every day, take a few minutes and remember that you have a fire in your mind that can be kindled. You can take the time to think of who you're going to be with, where you're going to be, what you're going to be doing. Take a few minutes and think of potential ways to be kind in those situations. And I say potential because we all make our plans, and there's never anybody's day never goes the way that it's planned. I mean, there's always something that pops up, but we do our best. Think of potential ways to be kind and to share kindness with other people. All right. Then the next step, look and act. A single act of kindness, I love this quote, a single act of kindness throws out roots in all directions, and the roots spring up and make new trees. Think about that. We can all be root throwers, if you will. We can help others to make new trees through our kindness. How? By looking for and acting on opportunities to be a kindness giver. They don't have to be great, big, grandiose things. What they can be is simple acts like smiling, holding a door, showing appreciation, saying thank you, letting someone know that they did a good job. Right now, I can tell Dr. Evie, thank you for putting this presentation together. I can say thank you to the speakers who came before me for the wonderful insights that they've shared. We can look for opportunities to be kind. They're all around us if we're willing to look. And remember, look for opportunities to be kind to yourself too. Remember, when those negative thoughts come, think, you know, I have the power to change the narrative. I have the power to change the narrative. I don't have to let those thoughts stay. Look for and act on opportunities to be kind. Step 4, invite and encourage other people to do the same. Love this quote by Mother Teresa. I can do things that you cannot. You can do things that I cannot, but together we can do great things. We can look around, we can invite and encourage others to be kindness givers every day. Just like I'm here today, I invite and encourage you to go out today and look for simple ways that you can be kind. And I can make a promise that you will get a dose of happiness from it. You will get dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, endorphins released in your body that lead to that wonderful feeling of happiness that we all love to have. I can promise you that. And you can be the instrument for helping someone else to release those same hormones, that same happy feeling in them every day, and invite and encourage other people to be kindness giver, and invite them to join you, to join us in making a powerful difference in the world. Now, that's the 4 steps that I had originally in my book. And since then, I've added a 5th step. And the 5th step is record and reflect. And why is that so important? I have found that reflecting on our experiences and recording them in a journal, yes, I can say that, it's a wonderful way to engrave them on our hearts. It's the pathway to engraving them on our hearts. The beautiful thing is when we write and reflect on and record our experiences, we can go back to those later. If you're ever having a time when you're feeling down, which of course none of us have, right? Do you ever feel down? Does anybody else here feel down? You know, of course we do. We all have those times. The beautiful thing is when you record experiences where you've had a happy memory, you can go back and look at those and lift yourself up. You can buoy yourself up and think about those happy times. And I found in my own experience that when I do that, those happy feelings that I had at that time often come back to me then, and I can be lifted up. So every day, reflect on and record your experiences. Take just a few minutes to do that. I can promise you it will be a blessing in your life. Now, I want to talk about honeybees for just a minute. And you may be wondering why. What does that have to do with anything that we've talked about? Every one of us maybe asking ourselves or maybe saying to ourselves, yeah, I'm only one person. What can I really do to make a difference? How can I change things? It's just me. When you think that, I want you to think about honeybees. Honeybees live 6 to 8 weeks. That's the entire lifespan. But in that 6 to 8 weeks, they visit thousands and thousands of flowers, and they fly thousands of miles. In fact, one honeybee will fly enough miles in that 6 to 8 week period to circumnavigate the entire globe. While they're flying around and visiting all these flowers, they're carrying pollen. They're pollinating flowers. They make our crops possible and other things like that, but they're also gathering nectar, and they take that wonderful nectar back to their hives, and it is condensed down into the wonderful, delicious honey that sweetens so many of our lives. Now, some of us may be allergic to it, but for the most part, we love honey because it's beautiful sweetness in it. And just a tidbit, honey itself studies have been done on it, and it has wonderful health abilities. It has nearly all the vitamins and enzymes that we need to survive for days if we had to. Now, here's the thing: that one single honeybee. How many of you? And drop a thought in the chat box. How much honey does one honeybee produce? Anybody have any thoughts? Share your answers. What do you think? Drop them in the chat box. How much honey can one honeybee produce in 6 to 8 weeks? Take a guess. No guesses? 1 kilogram, okay, that's a good guess. Any other guesses? Hey, no other guesses, okay, well, I'll share the answer. 1/12 of 1 teaspoon. That's all they produce. Now that might not seem like very much for all the work that they do, but think about this. Collectively, 20,000 to 60,000 honeybees working together can produce up to 80 pounds, which would be, you know, nearly 40 kilos of honey in 1 year. You know, something like 35 kilos of honey in 1 year. And that is more than enough for their hive and us as human beings to share. Now think about yourselves. We may not think like that we're much, but each one of us can do our 1/12. And working together collaboratively, think about it. If millions of people got up every day, and dare I say billions of people got up every day thinking, I'm going to be a kindness giver today. I am going to be like the honeybee. I'm going to share sweetness through kindness with everybody around me. Think about how that would change your lives. Think about how that would change people's lives. I'm going to close with one story. I'm going to jump through here. The cumulative effect of our 1/12 actions over time can have a huge transformational impact on the world. Everyone, and I'll share the story in just a minute, but I want to share a couple more thoughts here. We can all be kindness superheroes, every one of us. I'm going to give a call to action. Here's your call to action. Learn that formula. Live the formula. Share the formula. 1 to 1 to 1. Invite, encourage, share, make a difference. We can be powerful influencers for good. Now, I'm going to share one closing story about the power of kindness and how it can impact people for decades. One simple act. When I was 14 years old, I didn't have very good self-esteem. I had lousy self-esteem. My father made some serious mistakes. He was being prosecuted. He'd been a school teacher, well known in the community. I lived in a small town. Everybody in the town knew what was going on. It was all over the news, all over the newspapers. It was highly, highly embarrassing. In that time, I don't know why, but some of my friends nominated me to be part of the student council representatives at my local what's called a junior high school in the United States. And they invited me to be a class representative. Our president, our student body president is what he's called, asked me for one of the meetings to type up the agenda. So I created the agenda. I had showed up at the meeting early. I spread the agendas out on the desk. And I was there waiting, 5 or 10 minutes ahead of time. And one of my beautiful friends came in, a wonderful girl named Rochelle Knight. Love her to death. She was bubbly, smiling, nice to everybody. She was a cheerleader. She was popular. She's one of those girls that when guys used to see her, at least I did, my tongue became tied. All of a sudden, I felt like my tongue weighed 500 pounds. I couldn't ever think of what to say. So she comes bouncing in. She looks at the agenda and she picks up an agenda and looks at it. And then she looks up at me and not in an unkind way, but she says, "Oh, did you realize you misspelled the word miscellaneous?" And my response to her will tell you exactly how I felt about me at that time. I immediately responded and said, "Oh, I guess you think I'm pretty stupid, huh?" That's how I felt about me. And to this day, her response still, as you can tell, it brings emotion to my heart. She did not miss a beat. She did not miss a single beat. In responding, she said, "Oh, no, I don't. I think you're pretty neat." I had said, "I guess you think I'm pretty stupid." And she said, "Oh, no, I don't. I think you're pretty neat." Her answer penetrated my heart, touched my soul, and I've never forgotten it to this day. It was amazing to me. I didn't realize how much at the time that I needed to know that someone thought I was neat, because I sure didn't. You never know how the words you say today might affect somebody's life 38 years from now. That's how long her statement to me has been affecting my life. Key takeaways: see the human in yourself and others. Take control of your thoughts, attitudes, desires, action, and habits. Have a change of mindset. We have the ability to change our narrative. We're response able. look outward, look for ways that you can lift and build and strengthen others, be a kindness giver, learn that wonderful formula, live the formula, share the formula. Here's a free giveaway. If you go to my website at randymcneely.com, subscribe to the All Things Kindness newsletter, and you can get a free copy of the Kindness Giver's Formula. It's a PDF copy and be able to read it. Thank you so much for everybody that is here today. Thank you for the kind words in the chat. I appreciate you. Any questions? I know I took a little more time, but we've got.
Thank you very much, Randall. It has been a very inspiring and emotional presentation. I really like the acronym you created, TADA. It's I noted down because I found it a great way of thinking, and to realize how our thoughts lead to our attitudes and desires and actions and habits. And yeah, I mean, it costs nothing to be nice, to be kind. So let's be kind. And if we are all kind to each other, the world will be so much more welcoming and beautiful.
Well, and it is. I mean, think about it. When every one of us has been in a situation where we might have felt a little bit down, and then somebody smiled at us or said something kind to us, and it just lifts us up. And think about if we go around looking for opportunities to do that every day, everywhere we go, we can have a huge impact, because we know what happens. We create that pay it forward feeling in other people, and they go and do the same thing for someone else, and then they do it for someone else. It's contagious. It can create a chain reaction. It
is. That's true. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we run out of time, but it has been a great pleasure to have you here. So I'd like to move to our next guest now. Greg Ward from the UK. Greg spent many years of his life working up into senior management level in engineering, processing, manufacturing, and service industries. He has led multiple teams and projects with a strong emphasis on process and team development. Greg suffered a traumatic, life-changing injury, but found solace in self-development and personal growth. He found that everything he was learning could help others to achieve their own goals and ambitions, both in personal life and career. Qualified as a life coach and NLP, neuro-linguistic programming practitioner, Greg has combined his extensive knowledge to coach individuals, groups, and businesses to become more resilient and achieve success through coaching to remove self-limiting beliefs and reframing negative mindsets. With a strong focus on personal development, goal setting in the short, medium, and long term combined, Greg continues to drive personal and career ambitions forward for many clients. And today he will talk to us about accessing the subconscious. Can we really do it? Welcome, Greg. Thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this huge subject that I try and fit into 20 to 25 minutes. And but I just want to say thank you, Randall, for sharing your stories. In fact, your whole presentation, I think will feed into mine a little bit, which is fantastic. But yeah, thank you for being so vulnerable and so open. It's greatly appreciated. And I'm sure many people have kind of touched on a lot of the things that you've spoken about. So yeah, I'll jump straight in and hopefully share this. You have to let me know if it's up.
Yes, we can see your screen.
You can see it. Excellent. There's a problem with Zoom, isn't it, sometimes? So yeah, so accessing the subconscious, and can we really do it? So I just want you to have a think for a minute of whether you think that we can actually access our subconscious mind before I get too much into what it actually is. And hopefully there might be a few surprising things for you in this presentation that you may not have talked about so much. So if we kind of squeeze on, so we've got a yes, we can. So I ran a poll on LinkedIn quite recently, maybe a week ago, just asking the same question. Do you think we can really access the subconscious mind? So you can see we've got 69% saying yes, that we can, 9% saying no, 18% not sure. And I think this is a good, fair reflection of what I come across in coaching, and also other conversations about kind of mindset and things like that, that this all kind of ties into our subconscious mind of what we can actually access and change. So we've got, yes, if we can master ourselves, that's a very, very good, good definition. So yeah, kind of see where you fit. What I want you to do, what the purpose of this really is to get your first answer, your initial answer. And then as we go through, we'll have a think at the end and see if your decision, your vote has changed at all. So Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung were two great philosophers, psychologists, and they worked together very early in their careers, and they kind of split at some point. And Jung actually started to dispute a lot of Freud's work. I'm not going to go into their particular definitions because that could take us quite some time. But really the biggest difference of where they got to was Freud believed that the unconscious was a product of personal experiences. So whatever you do now, whatever you experience, that builds up into your subconscious. Where Jung believed that actually your subconscious was inherited. And he's put it that it inherited from the past collective experience of humanity. So he's almost suggesting that we don't have any say in our subconscious. You know, unfortunately, you know, when we're born, when we're, you know, really, really young, we don't understand what the subconscious is. It just happens. So to actually prove or disprove either of these theories is quite difficult. I tend to lean on the Sigmund Freud side, in the sense that it's the product of our personal experiences. So we can start to use this to change the subconscious if we can actually access it, which is the great one. I want to give you one more definition that I absolutely love, and I think that this sums it up really, really well. So the definition is the mental activities just below the threshold of consciousness. And I think that sums it up really well. It's the mental activities just below the threshold of consciousness. So what do we know about the conscious mind, the subconscious mind? It's a big question. So when we look at the we'll start with the conscious mind, which are really beta brain waves. So let me get this right. We have something like 2 million thoughts, or 2 million receptors, or 2 million things going on, I think, per minute in our brain. And we're only aware of 2,000 of those. Obviously, these are rough figures, but it gives you an idea of how much actually goes on in the subconscious. So things that are actually in the conscious that you may not know, you may, it depends how much your knowledge is. But when we look at when we talk about willpower, so willpower is something that we're very conscious of. What drives us to do the things that we maybe don't have the motivation for, the inspiration, or we search for something else. It's that willpower. And actually, when we get into motivation as well, that motivation, you will never find motivation. Motivation only happens when we start something that you can then build up. It's the willpower that drives you to start, and then the motivation kicks in. And we actually spend a lot of time in that space of willpower. Something that Randall touched on, negative self-talk. Negative self-talk is very conscious. It's a conscious behavior that we're performing. We are in essence choosing to talk to ourselves that way. And this is why something like negative self-talk can be changed quite quickly, because it's a conscious thing that we're doing. So things like Randall mentioned, you know, journaling, which is excellent, daily affirmations, which are really, really good as well. Also things in the conscious mind are things like personality, temperament, the way that you think, your analytical mind, your beliefs, your logic, your critical thought. All of these are kind of within the conscious mind. Some of the things that we slip under into the subconscious mind. So things that you've probably experienced at some point. So we're looking at things like your gut instinct or your gut feelings when you have a situation or a person and you just get this gut feeling about them or about that situation. That's being driven by the subconscious. Now, can you ever change that feeling? So this is where I'm getting to. Can we actually access the subconscious? So if you get a bad feeling about someone, can you ever change that feeling? Or how much does it take to change that feeling? And you've got things in there like self-healing, mental imagery. And then I think one of the ways that we can look at the subconscious mind a little bit as well is if you think when you woke up this morning, you didn't have to wake up, and we all joke and say, oh, I need to turn my brain on, it isn't working. But the fact that you woke, you got up, you did whatever habits you have in the morning, a lot of those are actually driven by your subconscious mind will kick in before your conscious mind does. And if you think about the subconscious mind as being this huge data bank, it stores everything that you don't have to go and access because it gets accessed automatically. It's automatic reactions. And what we're looking at here is really your alpha and theta brainwaves. So again, it's a slightly different brainwave to the conscious mind, which I mentioned was beta brainwaves. But also down in the subconscious, when we talk about, you know, our passions in life, our desires, our wants, these are all kind of from the subconscious. So if we go back to the Freud definition of saying that they are built up, your subconscious is built up of your life experiences. And this is why we're all different. And this is why we should be celebrated or differently, because, you know, we can all say the same things and, you know, we can all repeat the same things, but from a conscious point, it's only when we get down into the subconscious that we really do become very, very different people. And then there's the third layer, which is driven by delta brainwaves. Now, this is really where, if you want to work on your subconscious mind, is really where you need to get to. It's a difficult place to kind of access as well. So, and what's in there are things like your primal instincts. So when you don't have time to think about how to react, you just automatically react. Also things like your immune system is buried well deep in there. So it's things that you might not be able to access, like your immune system. Yes, you can consciously bolster them. You can consciously take those vitamins. You can constantly keep yourself healthy and you can influence, but we don't consciously control the immune system. It's something that happens automatically. But in there as well, there's things like driving your dreaming state. And we all kind of go off daydreaming and whatever, and it should be encouraged. It reveals a lot about us. And also things like your cellular memory as well are in there, that these are the automatic functions of the body are buried very, very deep. Now I'm talking about the subconscious here. Sometimes people call it the unconscious, but to me, it's a lot to do with wording. So unconscious, you're looking at maybe, yeah, the immune system, your automatic functions and things that you are unconscious about. But also when I talk about the subconscious, it's almost, it's another layer. And I think that's important. So you're looking at the surface layer and you're looking at one underneath, and then what a lot of people would call the unconscious mind is the third layer. It's the one at the bottom. So something else to know about the subconscious mind, and it is, so when we talk a lot about comfort zones, about stepping out of your comfort zone, the barrier between the comfort zone and the uncomfortable zone, if you like, is actually the subconscious mind. Now, this might come as a surprise for a lot of people. So I can ask you the question, when was the last time you stepped out of your comfort zone? So if you just spend a minute or two and think about, when was the last time you stepped out of your comfort zone? So just get something in mind. I will tell you mine. Mine was when I actually said, I'm going to talk about the subconscious mind and whether we can access it. That was a big uncomfortable moment for me, because it was, this is a big topic. This, I am almost putting myself up there with Freud and Jung, which is a ridiculous thing to do. These two guys are absolute geniuses. But, you know, it's an uncomfortable situation. Now, if you've got something in your mind that you've taken that uncomfortable step, you would say, I have stepped out of my comfort zone to do this. Now, please be aware, you've made a conscious decision to do that. So to really get into the out of your comfort zone, you have to push your subconscious to the point where you cannot bring conscious thinking into it. And it is a very, very difficult thing to do. Very difficult thing to do. So next time you think you're stepping out of your comfort zone, ask yourself, am I making this decision to step? And is it a conscious decision? Is it something that I am unaware of? It's being driven by something else, something deeper inside me. A really good example of what I did many years ago when I kind of first started exploring this topic, and it helped with my career, as Eva said, that, you know, I kind of grew. I'd spent around, I don't know, 6 months where I said yes to everything. I think there's some books and some films and things out there. The yes man springs to mind. But I spent a long time to say, yes, I'll do that. Yes, I'll take that on. Yes, you know, and I constantly said yes. Now, this was a conscious decision. And what it actually taught me was it became an automatic function to say, yes, I will do this. Yes, I will do that. But what it actually taught me, by saying yes to everything for 6 months, it taught me to start saying no. So what it actually did was it tapped into the subconscious mind. So I knew that when something was presented to me, I didn't have to go, yes, I will. Why am I saying yes? I would go yes, or I would go no, without having to really consciously think about it too much. Obviously, there was some things in there that I said, look, let me go away, let me think about this, let me see how this fits into my life. But I kind of started training my subconscious mind to say, yes, that's right for me, no, that's not, without having to employ too much of the conscious mind in thinking. Now, if you think about the 2,000 thoughts a minute that we're consciously aware of. So, for example, my voice, I can hear me speaking. I am conscious that I am creating a sound. So that's one of them. But if you think there's 2,000, you can't overload that 2,000. You can't create 4,000, 8,000, 10,000 thoughts a minute. So what you're having to do is rely more and more on the subconscious. What I'm kind of trying to get at is that, without giving you too much away, because I really do want you to think of the answer to your first question of whether we can access it. And if we can access it, what can we actually do? So the kind of the last question that I kind of want to leave you with is, can we access it, or can we only influence it? Now, what I work with a lot of clients through coaching, and again, Randall made some fantastic suggestions there. I would suggest journaling. Journaling is such a powerful way of accessing the subconscious mind, because what we can do through journaling, especially over time, my particular journaling has very little structure to it. I know that some people would suggest, write down 3 positives of your day, 3 negatives, and what you can change and influence of those negatives. But I would suggest, if you want to start accessing your subconscious mind, is you need to create the awareness of what your subconscious is driving. And journaling is a great way of doing that, because you can start to look back and you can start to look at patterns. You can start to look at decisions you've made. You can start to look at the emotions that have been brought up. The subconscious mind is driven by emotions. If you get, negative critical feedback, you probably have the same emotions as a lot of people. There's a bit of anger, or there's defensiveness, or there's dismissal, or, there's emotions being driven, and these are what's being driven by the subconscious. So by journaling, you can start to look at the patterns of emotions, you can look at the patterns of decisions, you can look at the pattern of dreams, of desires, of wants. And once you start to see these patterns, and you can you can start to go, well, what do I want to change? And then you can start to bring them from the subconscious into the conscious for a while, until you get to a point where those decisions that you want to make, or those emotions, those emotions you may want to control a little bit more, or what you're doing in your day-to-day, once you raise that awareness, you can then start to change them. So what I do with a lot of coaching clients is very important, is I allow people to talk. And because I'm very aware of my own patterns, because I'm very aware of what to look out for, that when clients are talking to me, and I let clients talk and talk and talk, because I can start to see those patterns that are being created from their subconscious mind, things that they're generally not aware of themselves, because trying to access the subconscious mind and realizing how much it drives is big. And this is why you get 2 huge world famous psychologists arguing over what it actually is and where it's come from. So have a look and say, well, can I actually access it, or am I only able to bring my subconscious to the surface to then influence it before it then comes back into the subconscious? And again, if you continually journal, make a note at some point and say, I have picked up this pattern, I am going to try and change this pattern. Make it big, go through the work, go through the processes, push it back into the subconscious, carry on journaling, and then go back and say, at this point, I made an effort to change this particular aspect. Have I succeeded? If you haven't succeeded, bring it back to the surface. Work on it a little bit more. And these are thoughts, these are feelings, these experiences, these are emotions. These are so much that we don't realize what we're doing, what we've got. And hopefully I've managed to drive some thoughts today. I knew that within 20-25 minutes I couldn't give you any answers, but hopefully I've left you with some tips and driven a little bit thought around the subconscious, even if it's a little bit, even if it's just that little bit deeper. But yeah, kind of again feeding off Randall's talk, that, you know, kindness is a conscious decision for most people, but we can actually make it into a subconscious choice. And I think Randall is, you know, he's you know, the gratitude that he has, and he obviously lives, is in his subconscious mind. It's become part of who he is, but he did that through a conscious state. So yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions that you've got. If you want to continue, you know, having a conversation, please, here's my email address. It's a very long one, but come and find me on LinkedIn as well. I'm happy to talk through anything. But yeah, if you've got any questions, please just fire away, and I'll try and keep the answers fairly short. See, Alex put up, yeah, keeping a reflective account begins to dig deeper, discover those patterns. Yeah, without doubt. Journaling is, if you don't journal, start, and don't worry about what you're writing. Just start writing every day. It's more powerful than people realize.
And if I may add here, we can write, we can journal, but we don't need to write long text. We can write just a few lines, right? Oh.
Yeah, I've got you back. Sorry, I lost some sound.
I was saying that if we journal, then we can just write a few lines. We don't need to write long text, right? And we can still notice patterns. Yeah.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. It took me a long time to start journaling, because people were telling me, well, you need to write down 5 positives from your day and 5 negatives. You need to write this and you need to write that. And I started, and it didn't fit me. It served me no purpose. So my actual journaling is just reflective. I felt this today, or this situation's created this, or a lot of the times it's ideas that I've got in my head. Oh, I need to have a look at this, or I need to look at that. And it is such a powerful way. But yeah, you can start to see those patterns, and the subconscious is all about patterns, because it's something that we're not aware of what we're doing.
And I think it would be very interesting if we do this regularly for a few months, to go back to the first month when you started and see the changes.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I said it's a good idea just to leave yourself a big note to say, this is where I've consciously made the decision, because then you'll be able to see going on from there, whether the changes you've tried to effect have actually taken effect or not, or you're slipping back into old patterns, which is a behavioral thing.
Thank you very much for your insights, Greg. I don't see any questions. Some comments that consistency matters a lot. Nice session. So people can reach out to you if they would like to ask questions. I know that this could be a huge conversation. It could go on a very high level, philosophical level.
Yeah, it is. It's trying to bring it to the practical level. That's the key to it, the success, because we can talk about theory all day. We could have filled up 3 or 4 hours of theory, but it's the practical level that we need.
Thank you very much, and hopefully sometime we get to have more time to discuss a lot more about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just keep losing sound a little bit, so.
Okay, so thank you very much, and
Thank you.
Now we'll move to our next speaker, coming from the United States, Isabel. Hopefully I will not mispronounce it, Melgarejo. For more than 10 years, she has designed, implemented, and managed sustainability strategies for a very diverse set of industries, helping them to increase their number of clients by using the right reporting system, risk management, corporate social responsibility, adequate use of energy, waste management, among others. After helping hundreds of companies, she has decided to help individuals live a sustainable lifestyle. She's doing exactly the same. She helps people set order and tidy their space, discover what their personal impacts are, and design a strategy to reduce their environmental impacts. And today, Isabel is going to talk to us about decluttering as a way of self-love. So, Isabel, welcome. Thank you very much for being here. And the stage is yours. And I hope I didn't mispronounce your last name, so please say it correctly.
No, you did perfectly.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Abby. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It was really nice getting this invitation and being able to participate with all of you. So I'm gonna share my screen. If I'm able to.
You have the rights, you should be able to.
I don't have the, it's not letting me. I can just do it like as is if this doesn't work. Well,
sometimes Zoom causes issues, but it's okay. We're used to technical issues, so no hurry, no worries at all.
Okay, this is not working, but I'll just do my best. And well, as Ari said, I've been in the sustainability business for more than 10 years, and everything started when I married. And I moved in with my husband, and all of a sudden I had no idea of what my life was gonna look like, or like I had no expectations whatsoever. I moved to another country. I moved from Mexico to the US. I left a company in Mexico, and I started feeling that I was not at home. So my mom came one day and she told me, why don't you give it a try? Like, why don't you give a try for the KonMari method? Nobody knows it as KonMari. Many people know it as the Marie Kondo method. And in case you haven't heard of her, she's a Japanese organizing guru. So I started organizing my home just because I needed it. I really needed to just set order in my life, and I needed to belong somewhere, and I needed to feel at home. So I started decluttering my home. And while doing this, I discovered many things. I discovered that I had way more of what I needed. And I discovered that many of the things that I had were not sustainable. I had cleaning products that had very harsh chemicals, and I had lots of food that I would never cook or I was not interested in using. I had so many clothes that like I would have like, it was just ridiculous. You can't use that much clothes. And that was like the sustainability part of it. But I also discovered that my mental health improved a lot. So I started doing research about it. And one of the reasons people need to declutter is because in the first place, you gain 150 hours a year to do things that matter to you. So I would like you to close your eyes and think, what would happen if you had a magic wand? What would your life look like? You're welcome to make comments and I'll read them or not, but it would be nice if someone comments. So what would you like? I don't know. What would you think your life would look like? Or what would your life, what would you like your life to be? So that was the first part. And once you envision what would you like, what is your ideal life, everything starts changing when you start decluttering and organizing your home. So that is the first part, is just having a goal in mind. And it doesn't have to be, I want a tidy home and I want like just be able to host people again. In many occasions, it goes beyond that. It goes into like, what do I want to accomplish? I want to improve at work. I want to have more clients. I want to start a business. I don't want to be fighting with my spouse. The second part is making a plan. You don't go into like, we are constantly doing plans, and those plans are really important because that set the path for us. And as I mentioned before, decluttering has a lot of benefits for our mental health. The first one is like, people with depression tend to live in messy places. So if you start decluttering, like you start losing that depression. On the other side, you gain a lot of time, because like, how many times have you lost or have you been late because you can't find your car keys or your wallet? So imagine all the time you would save if you knew exactly where everything is. So all those hours become productive hours for you, and you can start achieving your goals because you have all this extra time that you can just spend on doing something that really matters instead of looking for things. So once you set that plan, and that plan has to consist in doing it in the right order. If you don't do things in the right order, then you're going to fall into procrastination and you're going to get frustrated. And why is the order important? You start with clothes, you start decluttering clothes. And why clothes? They are the easiest. We have been discarding clothes our whole lives since we're babies. Like, we outgrown our clothes, or they were like, we've discarded like so much clothes in our lifetime that it's just easy for us to do it. Then you started decluttering books. That is also easy because you can just replace books. And then you continue with paper. Why paper? Because paper it's just like, nobody's happy with paper unless it's just like a sentimental item. And then you started cluttering the rest of your home and you subdivide it, and you end up with sentimental items. You should always keep what makes you happy. So by the time of this process, you're going to be keeping things that really make you happy. And instead of just getting overwhelmed at seeing your space and not being able to enjoy your life, you're going to be actually enjoying everything. And the last part for this process is to share it with other people. And why is it important to share it with other people? It is because that part of sharing makes you responsible and makes you correlate with other people. And so I started doing this process, and I decided to start a business with this process and sharing these steps with other people. And I discovered that most of my clients have some sort of depression, and it becomes really hard for them to achieve other things in life. I've been working with this widower. He lost his wife during COVID times, and he's been at home for a year and a half since his wife passed away, and he hasn't been able to do anything. Like, he's just being at home doing the same things over and over, and every time he gets more clutter into his home, and he's not able to just get free of that. And he has all these great ideas of starting. He has opened several businesses throughout his life, and right now he wants to reopen one of those businesses, and it's just been hard for him. And part of the transformation, it just starts with knowing that he wants to become that man that he was before he lost his wife. And he knows that the first thing to do is just set order in his life, to set order in his mind, so everything just falls into place. So that was the first thing for him to do. And it's been just a journey with ups and downs, and people get really frustrating and overwhelmed by working and by clutter. And it's just normal because we don't know where to start. And I don't know if any of you have ever felt overwhelmed by something. And I think this feeling of like feeling overwhelmed just fills our lives so often, and we just want to reach out and talk with someone about it. And this is really important because when you're feeling overwhelmed, you need to start targeting those aspects in your life that really matter, and you need a plan for that. So taking into consideration that plan, it's where the magic starts. And the magic ends when you have a home that is filled with things that really matter to you, that are important to you. These things that really matter to you are the ones that are going to inspire you to do something better and to provide people with what they really want. So I would like for you to take this moment and think about, and if you don't want to share it, that's okay, but I want you to take something from this and think about what you would like to achieve in life. Just take a couple of minutes to write down, if you have a notebook or a notepad next to you. And I would like you to write down what you would like your life to look like. Set a couple of goals in your life. They don't have to be related to your home. Just think about what you would like your current life to be. So does anybody want to share like what their ideal life would look like? Okay, I guess nobody. So I'm gonna start with myself. Like I'm just gonna say what I would like my life to be. Actually, I'm really happy with my life and I'm really happy with what I have. But if I could change something, it would be to be able to be with my family more often. Like, I don't see them that often, and I would like to be able to share with them and spend time with them more often. So that's something that I would like to achieve. So what would be the best way for me to achieve that? One thing would be for me to travel more. And for that, like, I would need a higher income. And that's something that I can actually achieve. Like, I can increase my income. So how can I change that? By tidying up my space. when I start tidying my space, I start decluttering my mind as well, if that makes any sense. So by decluttering and getting rid of things that are just overwhelming me or that are just in my life and that have no purpose whatsoever, I'm going to be able to focus on and spend all these extra hours on working more and achieving more for my business. And by achieving more and being more creative and being more open to new ideas, I'm going to be able to expand my business. And that being said, I will be able to travel more and visit my family. So that is like the first 2 steps. Then I need to keep tracking of the goals that I'm doing, that I'm achieving. And once I reach, once I keep track of what I'm doing, if I keep track of what I've achieved at my business or what I've achieved at home, doing decluttering, it doesn't take place in one day. It takes several days and it takes several hours, and it's just an ongoing process. So once you keep those small gains in place, and it's really important because we're used to just having this great goal, and we don't celebrate the small achievements that we have in life. We just celebrate, and we're used to celebrate the big achievements in our life. We celebrate graduation, but we should actually celebrate every step of the journey. Because and talking about graduation, like when a student finally graduates, there were like so many goals and so many rocks in the way that were conquered that they should have been celebrated. And if they were not, it is really hard to achieve that goal. So if we celebrate passing a really hard exam, then that's good. And also with our personal goals, we need to celebrate every step of the way. Every rock we conquer, we need to celebrate it. And with every single day that we celebrate what we achieve, then it becomes easier to achieve that bigger goal. And then we need to share those goals. We are a human, like an animal species, and we're mammals, and we need others to share with. Like, we are a social animal. We're not supposed to be away from everybody. And sharing with other people what we do, what we achieve, what our expectations, and even our failures, that makes us more human, and that makes us have other ideas into ourselves. And that's what I wanted to share. I don't know if there are any questions for you. I'm leaving 10 minutes for you to ask any questions or anything. You're welcome to just join the chat, or I don't know, if like open your mics or whatever.
Thank you very much, Isabel, for this quite informative presentation. Actually, it's something that we don't hear a lot, or we don't really think about, but decluttering is actually related to mental health. And at some point you said that depressed people tend to live in a messy place, and I know that because I've experienced depression myself, so I know how it feels. And so decluttering is actually a way to feel better and to make ourselves suffer a little less if we suffer from depression, and to become more positive if we don't suffer from depression. I think it's very important to realize this, that a messy environment can really affect our head.
I would like to share, like, from another consultant. She also has a decluttering business, and she was in a really bad state. Like, she was in a mental hospital for several weeks because she attempted suicide. So she was in the lowest place anybody can be. And once she left the hospital, instead of going back to work and instead of going back to her regular life, she decided to just put order in her life. And just, for me, this is a very inspiring story, because someone who was in the lowest of her life was able to overcome all her problems by just putting order in her life. So
this is very, very important and inspiring. It sounds very simple and easy, but yeah, and people in the comments say that decluttering eliminates negative thinking, and they feel better when they declutter. So yeah, I mean, people have already experienced it and they know how it feels like, which is great, because you know, if you experience it, you realize how it feels.
Yeah, like, and once you have everything perfect, like, you just don't want it to go back to messy. And I read like about the kids. Sharing should be part of sharing with our kids how to tidy. And we usually don't teach our kids, like, we teach our kids a lot of things. We teach them how to read and write, and how to talk, and how to walk, and how to, like, we teach them math and science and everything, but we don't teach them how to tidy. And I've seen that in my practice as well. Like, some mothers, like, I never taught my kids how to clean after themselves. So, like, if you have small kids, the best way to teach them is to set an order for them and teach them how to do it, because then they will grow and they will be able to keep with that, like, with that tidy space. And we shouldn't teach them how to clean their toys. We should, because it's really hard. Toys are really, really, really hard. There are different colors, different types of toys, and different shapes, forms, sizes. So tidying up toys is really hard for a kid because it's a lot going on. But if we teach them how to tidy their clothes, that is easier. It's just like pants or shirts. So it's easier for them to learn without having that great variety and diversity with the toys.
Great. That's very interesting idea for those who have kids. They should definitely try it. And I think there is also an expression that fits here, and I don't remember exactly how it's said, but out with the old, in with the new, something like this in English. And like, you know, you throw out all the useless stuff and you welcome in new positive things. That's my takeaway from this session.
Exactly. And once you keep like things that really matter to you, that are important. I keep toys, and I've kept toys from my childhood my whole life, and I'm not ashamed, and I display them because I love them. And probably they're in really bad shape because I've been sleeping with them since I was 2. But I think it's important for people to know that, like, a house is not perfect. It's not going to be squeaky clean every day. Like, we eat, so dishes get dirty, and clothes like get dirty as well. So
and I have a fluffy dog who sheds a lot, so it can never be very clean.
Exactly. So it doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be a place that we love. And that's the most important part, that we love the place where we live.
That's very nice. Thank you very much for being here and sharing your insights. Would you like to type in the chat your email or LinkedIn? Maybe someone would like to reach out to you.
Sure.
Despite the technical issues, we managed. We did it.
I'm typing my email.
Mm-hmm.
And you can reach me there, and I can send my LinkedIn as well. I can't find my LinkedIn. I'm a mess today.
It happens to everyone, don't worry. But well, if they just look for your name, they will find you.
Okay, I got the LinkedIn. Okay. I got signed out for whatever reason. Awesome. There you go. Thank you so much, Evie, for the presentation and for the chance to join every one of you today. Have a fantastic day.
You too. Thank you very much. Have a nice rest of the day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. So now we have a few minutes, so I would like to do a little game with you, or a little exercise, which is called the positive recollection exercise. You can close your eyes if you want for this exercise, and I would like you to take a couple of minutes to think about an event from your past or your present that evokes positive emotions, something that made you feel positive, or even a true winner. So positive. It doesn't matter if others know about it, as long as you felt so good. It can be related to your studies, career, volunteer work, hobbies, leisure time, anything. And I would like you to visualize this event in as much detail as possible. I would like you to focus on the pleasant feelings that were experienced at the time. And focus more. And recall all the colors. Were there any sounds? Can you smell anything? Focus on reliving the experience to increase both the duration and the intensity of these positive emotions. And as you do this, and you relive this event, and you feel more positive emotions, you also feel more positive in general. And it's, as we said earlier, the biologist, Dr. Bruce Lipton, said that our fate depends on the pictures we set our mind to. He claims that the pictures we hold in our mind are translated by our brain into chemistry that complements these pictures. And this chemistry is then put in our blood, and our body responds to these pictures in our mind accordingly. So our cells can be in either a growth mode or in a protection mode. They cannot be in both modes at the same time. For example, when we have a picture of fear in our mind, as we said, our brain releases cortisol, our stress hormone, because our body is in protection mode. And we may even experience physical symptoms such as a stomachache. But when we want to achieve success and when we want to be happy, we need to be in growth mode. And we need to know who we are and what happiness means to us personally. So I just wanted you to experience this positive energy. And I would like to ask you one more thing, to imagine an iceberg. And I want you to imagine an iceberg. I mean, most of us haven't seen an iceberg up close, but we have seen in the Titanic movie or another movie or in the Ice Age. As you may have heard, or you may know, only 10% of the iceberg floats above the surface. And at the tip of this iceberg, we have the visible results. We have what everyone else sees, if we use it as a metaphor. We have successes, we have failures. But below the surface, we have the remaining 90% of the iceberg. And this is everything that anyone else doesn't see. We have everything that goes into the outcome: hard work, frustration, tears, anger. Or we might have unconsciously shaped behaviors. And you may think at times, what's the point in trying anymore? I cannot do any better. But instead, you should persist and you should tell yourself, I've got it in me. Let's try again, but smarter. I'm worth it, I deserve it. And by confronting these hidden limiting beliefs, you can move forward to your victories. And that's why it's important to view growth as a continuous process, because our accomplishments or our failures, they don't define our experiences. When you can embrace the whole journey with the obstacles and the falls and the mistakes, then basically we become more comfortable with being uncomfortable. That was some tips from me, so hope you enjoyed these little exercises, because now I would like to welcome our next speaker, Curtis Gregor from the United States. Curtis is the middle child of 3. He grew up on a small farm in rural North Dakota in the United States. He was often overlooked because of his older brother and younger sister. The culture was one that everything would go to the oldest boy, and the baby girl was precious and protected. He was also born with a birth defect where his lower jaw was shorter than his upper jaw. He looked a lot. He seldom spoke because he didn't like people looking at him. His self-esteem changed in a day when he realized that what he could do was as valuable as what other people could do, only different. He has spent the last few years spreading that feeling to others, and today he will tell us how we can see our worth. So Curtis, welcome. It's very nice to be here with you today.
Thank you, Dr. Evie. It's very nice to be here. And I'll tell you, talking about self-esteem at day 3 of this conference is a difficult place to be. The imposter syndrome's coming in pretty good because a lot of what I've said or have to say has already been said.
But we will hear your perspective now.
We will. I just wanted to make everybody realize how intertwined everything is, from dealing with teams and coaching to resumes and talking about yourself. It's all comes down to some of the same important things.
So you are welcome to share your screen.
I will share my screen. Hopefully everything works. Technology challenge, so I will count on you to jump in and say something if something's not working.
I will.
I'm not exactly sure what you're seeing.
We don't see your screen, we just see you. It seems like you haven't shared your screen yet.
That's not the wrong spot. I have it up. I'm going to have to try this again from here.
Don't worry, we'll find it. Oh, yeah. We can see it. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we're talking about self-esteem, finding your worth. And I'm Curtis Gregor, as Dr. Evie said. I'm going to jump right in. It is a difficult place to be because of everything that's been talked about. There was some excellent things today. I have a couple learning outcomes I hope you can find through this discussion today. And the first one is a different perspective on how we see ourselves. And we'll get into these as we're going along. I just wanted to list them. Higher self-esteem through understanding how we belong. And how we belong is critical, how we fit into the big picture. Okay, so we're going to start with an interesting peek at some of the key building blocks. Well, first of all, who is affected by self-esteem? Self-esteem is how we see ourselves, how we think others see us, and it's affected by 85% of the people are affected over 50% of the time with self-esteem issues. And this comes from the Self-Esteem book by Dr. Joe Rubio. So if we think about that, that's huge. I mean, that does not include the imposter syndrome that I was just talking about. This is questioning our self-worth over 50% of the time. And where does it come from? Well, our natural traits, nature and nurture here, our natural traits say that we are evolved from people that had to survive, and our natural traits helped us to survive. 2/3 of our brain receptors focus on negative traits. If we just think about it, anytime we see something, 2/3 of what we experience is going to be negative. On top of that, it takes 5 or 10 positive trait experiences just to neutralize one negative experience. So if somebody tells us something negative about ourselves, or we have a negative experience, it's going to take 5 or 10 positive experiences just to get back to where we were. I don't see that happening too often. The other part of nature that's very important to us to think about is that we are social beings and we need positive interactions with people. We crave them. It's part of who we are. Through evolution, we used to just have to worry about food, shelter, and things like that. But now we are dealing with a lot more. We're dealing with negative things coming in all the time. Not just are we under attack from nature or other people, but we're constantly bombarded with news. News is negative because it sells. So when we think about nurture, what we've been taught, what have we been taught? If we look at our society, we see that a doctor's an important person. Sports figure is paid well. They must be the most important people there are, the most important things there are. And this is reinforced because, like our families, we interact with people through emotions. And so if we want to connect with someone, they watch football, we watch football. I never got into sports, but that's just an example. Well, when you think about sports, we're thinking about one thing. We're thinking about that one ability that somebody in sports has. So in order to understand how all of this fits together, we need to find our own personal abilities. And how do we do that? We start by, I'm sorry, I got a chat here I didn't totally read. We start by figuring out who we are. And this took me a lifetime to do. I always listen to people, and it's natural. But we got to remember that when we listen to what people tell us we should do or who we are, we're listening through their filters. So everybody has filters. Where I grew up in a rural setting, you would naturally look up to the farmer that's a little bit bigger, the banker that has a nice house and a good paycheck, or a doctor that performs wonderful things for people, and think that they are extremely special and that what they do is above everybody else. I'm here to tell you that that's not accurate. And I put my thoughts down in a book here a couple years ago. It hasn't been published yet. It has a lot more examples in it. But one of the examples that I like to use is a doctor. And I grew up, like I said, in a rural setting. It literally takes a half an hour for an ambulance to get to where I grew up and a half an hour for the fire department to get there. Unfortunately, I know that because I've actually had to do them on 2 separate occasions. But if you're familiar with the medical field, the response time to get someone that's been injured to the hospital is critical. And there's this thing called the golden hour, that any treatment after that hour, the chances of the person's full recovery lessen. So for me, to call an ambulance means that I know that a half of that time is already gone. The other half of that time is going to be gone before the ambulance can get to the hospital, because it's an hour's drive to a hospital that'll actually perform surgery anymore. So if somebody's hurt in this rural setting, we ask ourselves, who's the most important person? Everybody's going to say the doctor is, because the doctor's the most well-paid individual. And again, doctors can do wonderful things. Modern medicine is incredible, but there's things that they cannot do. And COVID should have taught us this if we didn't experience it before. These new strains of COVID, there are not medicines for them. They have some treatments, but they're not 100% effective. There's not 100% vaccines. There used to be in our hospitals around here something called staph infection. People only got it when they were in the hospital, and usually when they were having a surgery. But the doctors could not prescribe an antibiotic that would clean that up. So these people had to go through a long process, and hopefully the infection would go away. So if we have an accident in a rural setting, the ambulance comes, the paramedics take care of the patient, prepare them for transport them to the hospital, the doctor performs surgery, and they go into recovery. Who was the most important person? The doctor, right? I mean, that's natural. But the person that cleaned the hospital, that made minimum wage usually, somewhere around there, a little bit better maybe, they can prevent the infection from happening. They can prevent a staph infection. The doctor can't cure it, but the maintenance people that clean the facility can prevent it. The person that changed the oil in the ambulance, if they didn't do their job right, and again, they were paid minimum wage, if they didn't do their job right, oil drains out, the ambulance doesn't make it there, patient doesn't get to the doctor in time, there's nothing that can be done. So everybody's part was just as important as everybody else's. So we really need to think about that. I like to use the book here. I wrote it down. There was some other talk about them, but I'm drawing a blank on the name of the book. But there's books and tests out there that we can find our personal abilities. One of my abilities is to see what other people have, what they can do, and where it fits in society. So doctor knows where he fits, but the person farther down doesn't understand how valuable their position is, and it does not matter on the job. Remember that quite a few years ago now, the sanitation workers went on strike in New York City. And they went on strike for a living wage. In a few days, they shut down New York City by not showing up to work. That's true power, that's true value. These people only wanted a living wage. We can't value somebody because they don't do this or they don't do that. We need to understand the value in the big picture. And every piece of the puzzle needs to be in place for the puzzle to be complete. So people look at us and we look at ourselves, and our personality is formed because somebody told us we can do this, we cannot do that, we're important here, we're important there. No, only we can see what we have. Only we can see ourselves. You know, go out, find some of these books, take some of the personality tests, take some of the ability tests, and find where you fit. Find a developer. So that's one of my top 5 traits from taking this test that's used quite a bit in business in the United States, was to be labeled a developer. Well, as a developer, I can see other people's abilities. I can listen to them. I can see what they do. I can see where a lot of their natural talents are. I can't see them all, but I can see a lot of them. And if we can find them in yourself, find a developer to help you overcome that. So once you start down this process, we look at things in society, and we look at, say, the person that cut us off in traffic this morning. Okay, if we start to understand who we are, and we understand that everybody has their own perspective, their own set of situations that they're going through. They may have been rushing home from work to get to their child. They may have had something else that was important to them or that they needed to do, and they cut us off. But they didn't cut us off. They cut a person in traffic off. We have to quit taking all of the experiences that we have as being personal. We need to back up and look at the big picture and see, was what happened something that is a result of who I am and what I did, or is it a result of just a situation? And almost always what we're experiencing. Just 1 second, please. I'm getting knocked at my door and I can't find my.
Okay, we will pause here.
I'm sorry, there was maintenance came to our apartment door there. Yeah, it's 6, 7 days ago we put in for repair and they just showed up.
No worries, we can resume.
But we need to look at situations that very little that happens or that people even say to us is personal. Somebody's all excited about, they just had a bad experience and they come up to us and they say something negative. Well, that's not because of us. That's because they were in that state of mind when they came up and they said something. And we need to step back and go, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. We need to think about why things are happening to us and that most of the things that are happening are somebody else's choices and not something that we did. So we need to look at ourselves. We need to look at other people. And we need to be fair when we look at other people. Because if we want people to look at us fairly, we need to share that. Randall had some great ideas. He had was talking about doing kindness and spreading kindness, and I believe in that. But if we start within ourselves and we see our value, the kindness that was talked about there comes naturally. It's just part of who we are. It's part of the place that we'll be in. How do we see ourselves? Well, find positive people to talk to. Find a developer. And maybe most importantly, is when we look within ourselves, focus on the positive things that we experienced, focus on all that we can do. Find that place so that every day we do the most positive things we can. And find a mirror. This might be hard to believe, but it's very true. There was 2 days ago, I cannot remember who it was, and I don't want to get a name wrong, talked about smiling and the effects of smiling, and you have to smile with your whole face. You can't smile just below the mask or below your eyes, even without the mask, because people don't react to that. Find a mirror. Smile at who's there. See what I'd see that's in you, not just what you've been told or how you fit, because no swimmer at the Olympics took every event in swimming. They focused on one or two of their strongest areas. They're good people, but they have one or two areas that they could achieve a gold in. They can't achieve a gold in all of them. Don't expect you to be perfect. Don't expect you to be able to reach out and live up to everybody's standards, because they're putting abilities in you that they see or they want to see in you that you may not have. Tailor your life to your abilities, to seeing and doing the things that you are built to do. We can learn to do other things, but the ones that come natural to us are the ones we're going to be the most successful at. They're the ones that we're going to make the most difference with, and they're the ones that we're going to feel the best about. So I'm going to stop here today. I got a little bit broke up because of the quality of all the speakers up to date. But the real thing is to believe in yourself. And when you question something, go back. If you have a negative experience, start at the beginning. Is this a natural response to something? Am I responding to something because this is the way I'm built? Am I feeling low about something because somebody told me this is how this is supposed to be, or this is what is important? Does it really make sense? Can we question what's being said? Always we can question what's being said. Always we can value ourselves because we are unique. It's been said many times across this conference. Each one of us is unique. We have unique abilities. We have unique experiences, and we can pass on those unique experiences to others. We can help others with what we have within us. This is my email for contact information or through LinkedIn. And if there's any questions, we have time now, I do believe.
We do have some time, that's true. Thank you very much, Curtis. It's very important to have someone remind us the importance of self-worth, of realizing our self-worth, because it's so easy, as we've said in other sessions, it's so easy to judge ourselves so strictly, and it doesn't help. Sometimes I've seen many people, I've done it myself, and I know many people who do it. They just, it's like we start hitting ourselves, we start beating ourselves, and it's not working. If we just keep beating ourselves, we'll end up in the ground.
Right, but it is natural to do that. It's natural to, what all do I have to do to meet this, or to meet the expectations of someone else? Because we do need that positive feedback, but we can't beat ourselves up for things that we're not made to do. We really need to look at, how we fit and appreciate what we can do.
And we should place ourselves first. We should take care of ourselves before we take care of anyone else. We should cover our needs first before we meet anyone else's needs.
That's hard for me, partly because culture I grew up in, and then I had my children when I started having children when I was 22, and they immediately became the center of the world and total responsibility. But you do have to take care of yourself. And if you can figure out who you are, then everything else becomes natural. All the good things that you want to do become a natural thing for you to do. You don't think about being kind to somebody, because when you realize who you are, you want to help somebody else. And it's just natural to open the door, to smile at somebody that looks like they're having a bad day, whatever it is, to try and be part of this conference that's reaching as many people as it can reach. This is just part of what happens.
And as we talked in private, the two of us, a few days ago, we said that even if just one person was here today, we would still do it, because we would still like to spread the positivity. But we're more than one, that's even greater. So, Curtis, I would like to thank you very much for this presentation. Anyone can reach out to you if they have any questions.
Oh, definitely. On LinkedIn or through my email. So
great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Evie.
So now we have a few minutes left. So I would like to tell you about a tool that I have developed, since we have some minutes left. Maybe I could try to share my screen in a second, if I manage to. So now you should probably be able to look at my screen. This is a tool that I've developed. I've called it DAWN, an acronym. And it's a way to deal with negative emotions. So when at times you feel down, you feel angry, you feel sad, frustrated, you don't see your self-worth, I would recommend you to use this tool. So basically, DAWN, as I said, is an acronym, and it stands for distance yourself from the emotion by taking a break. So start by taking some distance, either physical distance, as we talked about the other day, or just, do something else. Leave the situation behind, go watch something funny, talk to a friend of yours, talk to someone you love and you trust. Just distance yourself and take a break. And then approach as if it's someone else's emotion. So, for example, think, what if my sibling, my mother, my father, my friend, my boyfriend, my husband, my wife, what if this person felt that? What would I tell this person to do? And then work on an action plan to change everything that you can change. Once you realize, once we distance ourselves and we approach as if it's someone else's problem, we can actually find solutions and can work on an action plan to change whatever we can change. And most of all, it's very important to nurse yourself by practicing self-care. Self-care is not a luxury. especially after what we've experienced over the last almost 2 years with the coronavirus. It's absolutely necessary. So please nurse yourself by practicing self-care. It's never wasted time. Take some time for you, even just 5 minutes every day to do something just for yourself, and you'll feel a lot better. So that's all from me, from my tips. We'll stop sharing my screen now. And for some reason, I cannot do it. I haven't used it in a while. And I would like to welcome our next speaker, Greg Evans, who's coming from the United States. He's going to talk to us about finding peace in the now. And Greg is passionate about people finding their inner peace, embracing the wonderful person they are, knowing that no matter who they are on the outside, they have an inner badass on the inside. And as a life coach, he guides people to find the peace and joy that they have been missing out on, as well as achieving their dreams and goals. Greg, welcome. Thank you very much for being here today. It's a pleasure to see you.
Thank you, Dr. Evie. I really do appreciate this opportunity. Now let's see if I don't have any technical issues here. Let me try sharing the screen. All right, let's see if I can make this happen. Well, I'm getting it partly. There we go. Okay. Today, I want to talk about how to get more inner peace now. If anyone's seen any of my stuff that I do on LinkedIn, I talk about the positivity of now. Now, we've had a lot of great speakers today, and I am truly honored to be one of them. And so today, you will be hearing some tools from me that, yes, you'll probably been hearing from some other people today also. But hopefully I'll be giving you some other tools that'll be useful. So I want to encourage everyone right now, grab a sheet of paper or put on like a Word document or something, because I'm going to be throwing out a lot of information, a lot of tools. And I encourage you, find one that works for you, maybe even one that you're doing right now, but find one that works for you and utilize that one. So let's go ahead and get started, because I've got a lot of information to give. Today, there's going to be 3 main areas I'm going to be talking about: gratitude and positivity, gratitude, positivity, optimism, excuse me, meditation and mindfulness, and forgiveness. So let's go ahead and jump right in. Gratitude, positivity, and optimism. First thing, the grateful mindset. Now, as you notice, I said below there, it says, come up with 3 things daily that you're grateful for. If you actually listen to Dr. Evie before, she actually brought up this idea of really just experiencing something. As I like to tell people, experience it with your full 5 senses. Really put yourself into it. Think of something you're grateful for, and don't just quickly write down 3 things, but actually let yourself breathe it in deep. Really enjoy it. What are you smelling, seeing, hearing? Let it really become a part of you. But I encourage you to do that. I first heard about this from a Dr. Sean Anker, and he did a book. I'm trying to see it. Here's The Happiness Advantage. I do recommend that. And it's a powerful tool. It's something I use almost daily to kind of get myself into that positive mind frame. With that, let's talk about the positive mindset. Interpreting life through a positive framework. One of the big things I tell people is emotions are interpretations of events. So emotions can be reinterpreted. Another way of looking at it is emotions is the check engine light. When you have an emotion, it's a check engine light on your car. It means pop the hood, see what's going on underneath. So when you're having an emotion, and if it's neutral or negative, ask yourself, well, is there a positive way of seeing this? Can I give the other person a benefit of the doubt? No, remembering that most people in most situations are honestly meaning well. Even if they're unintentionally hurting you, or maybe in a few cases are intentionally hurting you, down deep, they probably in their minds have some sort of good intention with what they're doing. I know it's hard, especially in this day and age with people being very politically polarized and whatnot, but I challenge you, trying to see what positive thing they might have. For an example, I recently read an article actually yesterday, and the woman was quite hurt for men in her life. And it came off pretty hostile towards men. And I had to admit, as a man, when I first started reading it, my thought is, oh yeah, you're being mean, I'll fight right back. But then I said, okay, no, let's do the positive mind frame. Is there a positive way of seeing this? Is there a way of giving her the benefit of the doubt? And once I started realizing that, wow, actually it sounds like she's been hurt from men, I was able to flip my mind and go, wow, okay, well, let's take this from a perspective of this is someone who's wounded. And let's be honest, we're all wounded in our own ways, but this is someone wounded and she's working through those wounds. From that perspective, I was able to go, wow, okay, I can really see a lot of what she's having to say. Even though I was disagreeing with her on some things, from that positive perspective, from that perspective that she's wounded, I was able to go, okay, you know what, I can take this in a positive framework. I can go, okay, what is the positive thing she's trying to get me to learn, get me to see? So that's one of the things I want to encourage you with. Give people a benefit of the doubt, see the positive. Next, have an optimistic mindset. Expect good results. With this, what I often tell people to do is when you create goals, make them really small and easy. Sometimes I tell people, make it deliriously simple. If you're one of those people like me, who easily can get negative about themselves and have negative self-thoughts, so I want to thank the people who today have been talking about negative self-thoughts, that I have learned one of the best things for me to do is make the first steps of whatever project I'm trying to do, especially if it's one I know I'm getting challenged on, make it really simple. I've been thinking about doing a book, so I've decided, well, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to give myself some really simple goals. Like today, I'm going to write one paragraph. Now, a lot of you will go, well, gee, Greg, that isn't very much. Agreed, it isn't very much. But if I at least get that paragraph done, it's easier to, one, keep going. Two, then at least I can pat myself on the back and go, I achieved my goal. It builds up optimistic mindset. It makes me think, yes, I can achieve this, and it keeps me going. So I encourage you, if you have something challenging that you need to do, cut it down into real tiny pieces, give yourself an expectation to do something really small, and then as you achieve it, you start feeling better about yourself, get more belief in yourself. Next, growth mindset. Now, if you've kind of been anywhere in the business world or self-help world or psychology world, you've probably heard this quite a bit, the whole growth mindset. Basically, it's having that realistic belief that you're on an upward trajectory. Believing that world can get better, you can get better, you know, kind of tying in with that optimistic mindset, but believe that you can do better, you can do more. Thus why I like to tie it into that optimistic mindset of those small, simple goals and get those achieved. As you do it, you're like, wow, I really can do this. And you gain those self-beliefs. Another thing I didn't put on there that I do encourage people, and someone else did bring it up, is like, you know, daily affirmations. Now, I know a lot of people find daily affirmations silly. If you've seen Saturday Night Live years ago, a comedian, Al Franken, had a character that he had on there, and his line of, I believe I'm going to say this right, is, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. And so a lot of people tend to think of the whole self-affirmation thing as something silly, but it's powerful. I actually call mine daily foundations. And yes, I have my own list. Can't really see it, but I do have my own list here that I go through to remind myself, because it's easy to have that negative self-talk. We have so many thoughts going through our head. It's important to switch those thoughts from negative to positive. So having daily affirmations is a good thing, or daily foundations, as I like to call them. It gets your brain focused more on the positive, more on self-belief. Now, let's go to the next one. Meditation and mindfulness. Now, one I want to say is this. A lot of times we look at the whole meditation thing and some people go, oh, it's a bunch of woo-woo, or it's spiritual and it's just not for me. I want to challenge you that it's not. You can make it as spiritual as you want it to be, or as non-spiritual as you want it to be. Dr. Sam Harris, a renowned atheist, has his own meditation app. So you can make it very, very non-spiritual if you want to. One thing I also remind people is meditation is really easy, but yet in its own way difficult, but technically it really is easy. All you really need to do is focus on your breathing. A great way to practice this, and we can right now if you'd like to. So If you want to join me, they often encourage you to close your eyes, but you can go ahead and keep your eyes open or whatever works easiest for you. But I encourage you for the next 30 seconds, what we're going to do is just focus on your breathing. So I'm going to be silent here for 30 seconds, and I just want everyone to focus on nothing but your breathing. Just focus on your breathing. Okay, see, that's really what meditation is. Now, yes, if you really get deep into it, it can get a lot more depth. If you really get into it, you can really take it to a lot of different areas. Another thing you can do with meditation is focus on positive affirmations. Choose a positive affirmation and just keep focusing on that positive affirmation or positive self-statement or things of that nature. There's a lot of different things you can do with this. Another powerful tool, and another reason why I heavily recommend people to practice meditation, is it trains you to train your mind. A lot of times what goes on is our brains are constantly jumping around. I personally got ADHD, so my brain's bouncing around all over the place. Some people call it popcorn brain, some people call it monkey brain. I'm one of those people that it gets a little hard to focus my brain. Meditation is a great way to practice and learning how to focus your brain, how to control your brain, to control your mind so you can control your thoughts and thus replace the negative thoughts with the positive thoughts. Drop the negativity, bring in the peace. And so that's one thing I encourage you. And a lot of people find meditation to be a very peaceful thing in itself and thus increasing their own inner peace. Another huge thing I want to tell people about meditation is this. There is no such thing as bad meditation. This is one of those things for someone like me that was so wonderful to hear. As I have ADHD, I can tell you I have a meditation app, not the Dr. Sam Harris one. I actually use Headspace. I'm not paid by them, so this is not a paid promotion, but I use that, and the one I typically do is about 20 minutes. And I can honestly tell you, it's a rare time when I have a full 20 minutes where my brain, at least at some point, doesn't bring some other thought in my brain. And guess what? There's no judgment on meditation. It's not good, it's not bad, it just is what it is. So don't worry about it. Now, with meditation, that comes out of it is mindfulness. Mindfulness is a powerful, powerful tool. I want to grab here a quote if I can. Let's see here. So I'll grab this quote real quick. I apologize. It's just taking me a second here. No, I don't have it. Sorry. But, and I went too far. Dr. Jon Kabat-Zinn, if you ever find him online, I heavily recommend him. He is definitely a huge proponent of this. I'm a big person into science. I like science. I want to make sure anything I do has science backing it up. So having him study this has been wonderful. But with mindfulness, one of the hugest components of mindfulness is this: non-judgment. As a person like myself, as I said earlier, I'm good at being hard on myself. With mindfulness, it's about non-judgment. The same thing with meditation. It's about non-judgment. What is non-judgment? You don't look at something as good, bad, right, wrong, valuable, invaluable, the best, the worst. You're making no judgment about it. It just is. And I tell you, that can free you in so many ways. When you're dealing with something and you're in a situation and those negative self-thoughts come in, drop them. Just drop them. Just like you're holding it, drop it. And then look at the situation like, say, a third-party scientist. As an outside person, as a scientist who's studying this, someone who's never seen it before, and going, okay, well, what is this? Well, what color is it? What smells am I seeing? What words am I hearing? What do those words actually mean? But without any judgment, don't put any emotion into it. Just view it like a third-party scientist, or Mr. Spock if you're a Star Trek person, but just view it as a third-party scientist. And as you're gathering facts and gathering information, from there you can make a determination. But you use that positive mind frame. Okay, how can you put positivity into this? What is a positive way of looking at this? And so as you're looking at the events as a third-party scientist without making any judgment, what's a positive way of looking at this? And question yourself. a huge important thing. I had many years ago, I had some negative experiences with an employer. And so subconsciously, oftentimes, if my employer wants to talk to me, my head goes, oh crud, I'm in trouble. And it really goes to negative things. I have embraced mindfulness to go, no, they just said they want to talk to me. I know nothing other than they said they want to talk to me. I cannot assume good or negative, positive or negative, unless I get to know them better. But just, okay, let's hear what they have to say. And I discovered a lot of times, just taking what they're saying as facts. Even if I didn't make a mistake and there's something I need to get corrected on, okay, it's just facts. It's not good, bad, right, or wrong. I'm not going to make a judgment on this. I'm just going to take the information and utilize it. So I encourage all of you to do that. Utilize mindfulness as a tool. Another powerful one, forgiveness. First, forgive yourself. A lot of us have a hard time forgiving ourselves. We can beat ourselves up like no one else can. I'm a great person at beating myself up and being mad at myself and disappointed in myself and not believing in myself. One of the greatest tools is forgiveness. If you come from a spiritual background that's big on forgiveness, utilize it. But be able to forgive yourself and then let it go. Once you've forgiven yourself, anytime those thoughts come back in, you're like, nope, I'm forgiven. It's gone, it's said, it's done, it's over with. I don't need to think about this anymore. If you've hurt someone, this might be a good time to ask for forgiveness. A lot of times people struggle accepting self-forgiveness until they ask someone else to forgive them. And guess what? Whether they forgive you or not, the act of saying, hey, I am sorry for what I did was wrong. Hey, it's not on them. You're now free. You acknowledge what was wrong. You tried to make amends for it and you're walking on. Others, forgive others. There's a movie out there called Rocky. I know it's pretty dated, and so a lot of you may or may not have seen it. One of the things I remind myself of is there's a scene where Rocky is in a butcher shop and they have like sides of beef, like just the whole side of a cow. And he's sitting there and boxing and hitting it. And it's sitting on a big hook. And I keep thinking, man, that beef sitting on a hook has got to be pretty darn heavy. Well, that's what unforgiveness is like. It's a big weight on your life. As I like to tell people sometimes, one of the most selfish things you can do is forgive others. It really is. It's about setting yourself free. Now, once again, I understand there's certain things in life that are easy to forgive others. Maybe someone cut in front of you in line at the grocery store, probably an easy thing to forgive. Maybe a loved one said something slightly unkind. You can kind of go, okay, easy to forgive. Yes, there are things that some of us have experienced that are very traumatic and very hard. In those situations, yes, forgiving others may take a while and it may take a very long time and maybe might be entirely impossible. It is not a weak person to go see a therapist. While I'm a coach and I like to help people, and there's lots of tools I can give you to find that inner peace, there are times when things come up and I have to kind of go, okay, you know what? This is a deeper wound. This is something that needs to be dealt with a professional trained therapist. I originally went to college for that, but I only got the 4-year degree, so I can't do it. But I can direct you to people who can. Another huge thing in this whole forgiveness line that I like to remind people is this. It's none of your business what other people think of you. It's none of your business. Anyone, everyone, and anyone has any right to think whatever they want about you. And you have every right to think about whatever you want about anyone else. So the beautiful thing is, yes, you can think of whatever you want about, a politician or musician or whomever. You can think of whatever you want about them. But it's none of their business what you think of them, and vice versa. So what anyone thinks about you, it's none of your business. And so that is also a very freeing thing to think about. So the next time that you kind of going, well, what does this person think about me? It's none of your business. Don't worry about it. Let it go. It's like, well, I don't care what they think about me. And then learn to love and value yourself. That's one of the things that I also encourage people to do is look at yourself and just see how wonderful you are. Enjoy yourself. Look at yourself and just appreciate things about yourself. So with that, I like this Tony Robbins quote. Your life changes the moment you make a new, congruent, and committed decision. I gave you a lot of tools. I want you to think back on maybe one of those tools that I gave you the moments here before and utilize one of them. Choose one that you're like, yep, this one can help you. Like I said, I've pretty much used all of these. And so there's so many different tools. Maybe it's coming up with those 3 things daily that you're grateful for. Maybe taking Dr. Evie's thought with the dawn and utilizing that. Maybe it's just focusing this week on, you know what other people think about me is none of my business, and I don't need to care about what other people think about me. Maybe it's just having those small little goals and achieving them and realizing, man, I actually have talent and ability. Maybe it is just, those daily foundations. Maybe it's practicing meditation so that you can start to learn to control your mind. Maybe it's that mindfulness of non-judgment and just to look at life in a framework of non-judgment. So that way, when those emotions come up, you let them drop and you just focus on the facts, and then you try and reinterpret it in a positive framework that's still based in reality. So anyway, your life changes the moment you make a new, congruent, and committed decision. I believe in you. You can do this. So you do need to choose something, move forward in it. I believe in you. As a coach, part of my job is to push you a little bit and encourage you. So that's what I'm doing now. Take something here, grab it. Now I'm going to push you a little bit. Let's move forward in it so that you can have that life that you want, so that you can take your life to the next level. And with that, I'm open to any questions. If anyone has any questions, you're like, I don't know if I want to bring up in front of people, feel free to email me. I'm often on LinkedIn. You can send me a thing there. If you've been thinking about getting a coach, I'm not here to pitch too much, but I will say, if you tell me that Dr. Evie rocks, I will make sure I give you a discount on my services. And with that, I will hand it back to Dr. Evie or anyone who has any questions.
Thank you very much, Greg, for this very, very inspiring presentation. I really enjoyed something you said that I've never thought before, that forgiving someone is a very selfish thing to do because we set ourselves free. And this is a very interesting perspective. It's something really that I've never heard, read, or thought ever before.
Yes, I try to tell people that. It's like there's the old question, are people basically good or evil? And I think it's a bad question. I think down deep, we're all selfish. And part of selfishness is actually a good thing. If you're in the middle of a road and a car's coming at you, yes, right now be selfish and get out of the way of the car. So selfishness isn't necessarily a bad thing. And so I try and tell people that don't always see it as necessarily a bad thing. And so if you're like, well, I can't forgive others because they did this, this, and this. Well, take it. If you can't do it for a selfless motive, do it for a selfish motive. You want free? Yeah. Okay. Well, then, do it for yourself. Set yourself free.
That's very interesting perspective. And I think the only person we should kind of report to is ourselves. We shouldn't, as you said, we shouldn't care about what others think of us. The important thing is what we think of ourselves.
Exactly. And to keep building that up, we have had a lot of good speakers today, encouraging us to have good self-talk, good self-perspective, and I encourage people to work on that also.
Thank you very much. It has been very, very inspiring. And as Nikki says in the chat, we don't forgive for the other person, we forgive for ourselves. So I guess you can stop sharing your screen. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the day. And we have a few minutes left. So at this point, I'd like to remind everyone that we have one more session, and then we have the brain spa that takes place on a different Zoom link, which I will paste in a few minutes in the chat box. In the meantime, I'd like to say again that at the end of the day, I'm going to send a voting form like I did with the previous days, so that you can vote for your best coach, the person who inspired you the most today, so that we can have a great awards ceremony in a few days. So I'm going to stop recording for a minute. And so after this last session that you can access to the link that Bilal shared with us in the chat box, we're going to move to another Zoom link for the Brain Spa by Gabriela Bocanete. And it was a great experience for me. It was 3 days full of wisdom, insights, positivity from over 30 speakers from Europe, North America, Asia. It was an amazing experience. Hope you really feel a lot more positive now. I will meet you later in about 5 minutes at the Brain Spa. Again, thank you everyone. I would like to thank all the speakers. I would like to thank Alexandra, Theodora, and all of you who attended. These recordings will be shared with you in a few days. We will upload them in a private channel on YouTube, and you will be emailed with a link so that you can watch again any videos you missed, or you can rewatch them so that you can learn even more and assimilate the information. That's all from me. Hope you enjoy the weekend. You had a great time over the last 3 days, and hopefully I will see you again next year. Bye.